Let me call the meeting of the State Election Board this day to order. I want to thank all of you that are here personally and those of you that are on camera. Welcome to the meeting. And as customary, we'll begin with an invocation, which I will give, and the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Mr. Lindsay. I am using my microphone. Do you want me to turn it up? Is that better? Now I can hear myself talk, which is one of my favorite things to do. So we'll begin with an invocation. I invite everybody, since we're not all of the same faiths here, as I give this, while this is somewhat in my personal tradition, at least when I say it, it will be in my personal tradition, but I want everybody to listen to the invocation and be guided by it, because it really does apply to all of us, regardless of what faith we are. So the invocation I'd like to give is this. To the God under whose guidance and grace we live, we ask you to be with us today as we participate in this event involving our state government and the board's stewardship of those duties entrusted to it under our state law and our collective commitment to democracy in our state and nation. Help us to be a humble and noble country. As Patrick Henry told us about America, righteousness alone can exalt America as a nation. Reader, whoever thou art, remember this, and in thy sphere practice virtue thyself and encourage it in others. The great pillars of all government and of social life, I mean virtue, morality, and religion. That is the armor, my friend, and this alone that renders us invincible. Help us to be righteous, to practice virtue and encourage it in others, and put on that noble armor that renders democracy invincible. Finally, as we walk into this building and see the decorations that remind us of this season, the end of a year, and those of us who come to the end of the year and this season in the practice and devotion to our faith, we all focus on gratitude and the blessings of this life. May the holidays we celebrate remind us that we search within to understand our calling to serve others, especially those that do not have the simple things of life with which we are all blessed. And we ask this all in your name. Amen.
Would you please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Just a few introductory remarks. I was going to say this is the end of a year, which it technically is. It seems like the end of a year, because although I've only been in this position for 5 months, it seems like we've done a year's worth of work. But I'm grateful for it. I've told you from the very beginning that this is something which I thought long about and really believe that working with really superb people on the board and the charity and goodwill with which they have taken on assignments is incredible. I don't think you understand how hard this job is and how much time it takes. But without colleagues like this, we could not perform our public duties. Megan, would you stand up? Megan, could you stand up? You don't see very much of Megan, but Megan is the person that puts all of our notebooks together, that makes sure that we have all the administrative support that we need. And I just want to thank you, Megan, for everything that you've done for us in the last several months. She's a very shy person. I'm sure she'll come up and berate me for doing that to her. But, sometimes people need to be recognized when they do a really superior job, and I wanted to do that. The last few months, we've tried to be more outward-facing and not inward-facing, which Because if I've told you, I think, and I told our board, that public service to me is serving the public, and you are the public. The citizens of Georgia are the public, and therefore it's our responsibility to you, and not necessarily just our responsibility to consider things inclusively and without your input. And we've tried very hard to reach out to people that are resources to us. I have this rule, and I think I've met it in every occasion, and even if I haven't, even if you've contacted another member of the board when it gets to me, I try very hard to make sure that you're acknowledged within 24 hours. I've had a number of long conversations with people because I want to dignify the input that you give to us. And so I appreciate the respectful way that those conversations have gone, and think that it is a way of us showing that we are not just an organization that hears complaints and decides things about people and sometimes sanctions them, that we are all in this collectively. And I say that especially to the people in the counties. We understand that with the elections division and with them and with us, that this is a collective effort, and working together is always better than working apart, and we're trying to do that. Sarah Koth and Rachel Simmons. Sarah, you'll see her later, is the chief investigator that we rely upon a lot. Sarah understands that I have this proclivity that if I send an email, that I expect for you to answer it within 4 or 5 minutes. And while she's not always within 4 or 5 minutes, the ability to communicate, especially on complaints, with Sarah and the investigative staff is vital to what we do. I think you'll see today that we are finally into 2022 complaints, and that I hope, with your help, that this is not a 9-hour session like the first one was, or a 7-hour session like the second one was, but we have fewer complaints. And I'm hoping that this, while it will be multi-hour, I'm hoping that it's not as long as we've been in the past, because in fairness to the people who do the investigations and the reporting they have to do at this meeting, and in fairness to you, that I know you love being here, or at least want to be here and are interested enough to be here. I want to be respectful of your time, and while the meetings in the past that were very long were necessary, I hope that we don't have to get into a pattern of that. We will announce at the first of the year the meetings for next year. There will be at least 5, and they will not all be in Atlanta. In February, we will meet in our first 2023 session. That will be on February 7th. And sometime probably in the next 10 days or so, we will put a list of all of the meeting dates for all of the meetings for 2023. And we will indicate at least the tentative location of those that will not be in Atlanta. Now, I say that thinking that we can have meetings outside Atlanta, but all of our technology is here, but I'm confident and assured that we can do that. But they have to be tentative until we make sure that we have the right arrangements in the right room. So with that, the first thing we need to do is that we had to make an amendment to the draft of the August 22nd, 2022 meeting. So we've never approved those minutes. So we're going to first take up our state election board meeting and hearing minutes from August 2022. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes of the August 22nd, 2022 meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Then those are approved. And then we have the minutes for our September 28th, 2022 meeting. Is there a motion to approve those?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes of the September 28th, 2022 meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Then those are passed. We have 2 reports this morning, the first of which you'll remember if you attended the August meeting, that the General Assembly asked us to look at the acceptance and equitable distribution of grant funds for election administration. We received that report from Ryan Germany. And since then, Mr. Lindsay has looked at the report to come up with what our recommendation will be to the General Assembly. And so I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You hit the button there.
What are you, two?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
First, I think it'd be helpful to everyone to have a little bit of background. The General Assembly in Senate Bill 202 in 2021 put out the following mandate to the State Election Board. The State Election Board shall study and report to the General Assembly a proposed method of accepting donations intended to facilitate the administration of elections and a method for the equitable distribution of such donations statewide. The General Assembly undertook this because of the concern that there was an inequitable distribution of grants in which some counties received grants from private sources while others did not, and did not always necessarily reflect the particular needs throughout the state of Georgia. And so the General Assembly wanted the State Election Board to come up with a new plan on how such grants can be received and how such grants can be distributed statewide. In the August report from the from the Secretary of State's office, they basically set out various possibilities that we can consider. And what I want to do today is sort of make a specific recommendations. First off, regarding how the funds were to be distributed. The question was whether or not it should be distributed through the Secretary of State or through this board. And it's my recommendation that we take on that responsibility directly and be the ones to administer, basically decide on what grant should be given to what county and for what purpose. I think that's probably more closely attuned with the intent of the General Assembly when they passed this requirement. The second was whether or not how these funds should be distributed. There were two possible scenarios that were offered. The first scenario was that all the grants were to be collected and then to be distributed to all the counties based on population. The second possibility was to instead, in effect, create a grant program in which we would take applications from particular counties and determine where the money should be spent based on need. My concern with the first scenario is that the larger counties would thereby receive more of the funding, and quite frankly, the larger counties generally have more of the resources available. They usually are the wealthier counties of our state. A lot of the needs, specific needs, are usually in those smaller counties with more limited population and more limited budgets in order to meet the constitutional requirements when it comes to voting. There's also, there was a concern that was voiced by some members of this board in August, and I have taken it to heed, in which we don't want grants to be, to basically end up supplementing the budget for the operation. Rather, we would prefer to see grants to be distributed to particular counties based on some type of specific need, usually probably capital needs in particular, rather than trying to supplement an operational budget in which over time those counties would suddenly start being more dependent upon grants rather than going to their own citizens to make sure they receive the necessary resources. So my recommendation is that we go with the latter, that we administer based on a grant program in which applications will be made by particular counties, in which we take a look at the particular needs of that county, and quite frankly take a look at whether or not that county can meet those needs on its own versus having some supplemental help, particularly in the area of sort of some type of capital need. So that's generally the recommendation. I also have within the report pointing out to the General Assembly that should this become a fully operational system, that some type of additional funding to us will be necessary in order to administer it. It's a little bit difficult to determine at this time how much is exactly needed until we actually see how much in various grants are provided to us from various private sources. But nevertheless, we need to alert the General Assembly that that should they want to move forward with this program, that we're going to need some additional resources by this board, as we will in other areas where we're also asking for additional funding to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 202. that's essentially my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Now let me open it up to comment from members of the board, if there are any. Dr. Johnson?
So, as we had talked about in a previous meeting, I am opposed to grants and the influence it has and the effect on behavior that it results in for the recipients of such grants. However, I suspect I may be outvoted in this proposal. So if there are grants and the State Election Board is the one to administer this, then I think I would recommend that all applications, grant applications, be posted publicly so that the public can review such applications. And in continued transparency, notices would be posted for at least 30 days for public comment. So every step of a grant application and award should be a matter of that's available to the public.
Any other comments? Okay. Yeah.
I have another.
Pardon me?
Additionally, in a little research, I found that Florida, the state of Florida, does have a grant program, and the elections division can be a recipient of grants, and they are restricted to certain items which are not included in operating budgets, but it would be such items as developing multi-factor authentication, vulnerability management, email security, network hygiene, and cybersecurity needs. So those are just some suggestions that grants might be used for.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the first recommendation, I agree, and I would view that as a friendly amendment, and hopefully, and I ask that you make it, and I will indeed second it. As to the second, I like the categories that were mentioned, but we don't know what's going to be the need for the next generation or the next time. So I would prefer that we have greater flexibility in terms of the grants, in terms of what the needs are out there, so as not to limit us in what areas that we could provide that. And so I would ask that we not start to limit our range yet. Let's see what goes on down the road. I do believe, as I stated earlier, that this ought to be based more on capital, sort of in cybersecurity in that category, as opposed to operational in nature. But I do have concerns about trying to restrict, because we don't know what a particular needs in a particular county may need at a particular time.
Well, my view is this, that the purpose of government, especially in the elections context, is to allow in our state, because elections are all conducted by counties, is that we need to enable counties to do what they are being asked by the General Assembly and by the state to do, and that often requires resources. So the idea that we would look at grant applications and determine need, I think I wholly endorse that, and I wholly endorse the idea that the government has a responsibility to assist those counties that don't have the resources for the specific needs that they tell us and they apply for in order to provide the services and election processes. I too don't like the idea of saying that it can only be used for certain purposes, and I'll give you a perfect example of that, is that we now know that security cameras at offices where election equipment and where election documents are kept, we need to have a record of what goes on within those facilities. And so we don't know how many of the counties have that capability and how it intersects with whatever internet provider records the videos that are taken at those places. So there would be a combination of hardware and I think software, but it would be our responsibility And we would work with the elections division on this, since they know the counties better than we do, that while we would ultimately, once we gather the information, make the final decision, the idea of having a process where we continue to collaborate collegially with the other people in the election process, including counties, which would be their responsibility to tell us what we want, I think is the right approach to this. And I really agree that it's the easy way is to say, well, let's just take all the money and divide it up according to population. I think that would cause us to abrogate our responsibility to do the hard work that's necessary to find out what people need, and then to make the hard decision of who gets money, even though that might open us to criticism from other counties. We're prepared to do that. Yes.
I know I said I had no comments, but of course I have come up with some comments, which is, while I agree that grant funding should be used for capital projects, because this is a report to the General Assembly, I believe that it's incumbent on the General Assembly, and I want to put it in the record, that they get a greater understanding of the operational costs of the counties. Because with the implementation of the new system that we've now seen through 2 election cycles, the operational costs have grown significantly on the counties, and it's important that the General Assembly, as they create mandates, understand what the impact of their policies have been on the counties, particularly smaller counties that have very little resources at hand. I am concerned that the operational costs are reaching a point where it's unsustainable on counties, and I think it's important that the General Assembly take that into account and, in fact, invest some of their resources into really understanding what the impacts are.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I agree, and I think maybe that's another report for another day. But that's part of our responsibilities. There are many of you that have read it very closely what our various mandates are, and one of them is to report to the General Assembly particular needs that we think are necessary for the operation of an election system. And I do believe that's one area where we need to consider making sure that they are aware of the additional costs that have been placed on the various counties, so that they can then take into account not only what additional resources the counties have, but they need to take into account what additional mandates they may offer to them in the future. And that's particularly important in the upcoming year. As a matter of practice, I think wise practice, the General Assembly generally makes tweaks or changes to election laws in odd number of years, so as to give counties in the state a chance to be prepared for the next even-yeared election. So the times for us to be able to make those suggestions and recommendations to the legislature is coming up pretty quickly. Second Monday in January is on our heels.
Yeah. Look, so I really appreciate those comments. It's being new to this process, but finding a lot of the disparity of resources and whether or not resources are being used for elections as opposed to, and whether or not the grant of money to counties for election purposes, whether it's generous or stingy, it doesn't work unless they have the resources. And so I do think, as part of what Mr. Lindsay has proposed, is that it would fall upon us when we made a request for funding for the purposes of making these grants to counties, that we provide to them the background of the shortfall of resources in these counties and why it is that we would need additional funding to fund the grants that we receive. I mean, for us, I think it's a heavy lift, but I think it's an important one. And it's one I think that we should embrace, and that should be our recommendations to the General Assembly. But all of you two over here and you two over here, mean that that's more work for us. But I've never seen anybody on this board in the last 5 months ever shy away from an assignment.
Mr. Chairman, and I would accept this as a friendly amendment also to the report, perhaps, is in the area of the recommendations. If to simply just point out to the General Assembly, we'll be coming back talking about the additional operational burdens that are being placed on the counties for the General Assembly's consideration, something along those lines. I think that would be appropriate for us to sort of set that up for the next step that my board member has recommended.
Any more discussion from members of the board?
I'll say one more thing. So I thank you for that comment with the General Assembly and the budget and probably the most expensive voting system in the country that Georgia has. I just want to be very aware and careful that the Assembly doesn't become dependent on grants to fill the gap for the operation of this voting system.
Yeah, but in a way, the General Assembly can't be dependent upon it because they have to give us the money to grant to the counties. So, I mean, this whole, the theoretical framework and structure of this is that the money does come from the General Assembly to the extent that it's needed to supplement the needs of the counties above and beyond what people might want to contribute to the fund to help counties. But ultimately, the difference would be our responsibility to explain to the General Assembly what the need is, and secondly, explain to them what the revenue that's necessary to meet the need is, and then to ask the General Assembly to provide sufficient funds to allow counties to meet the needs that they have, which I think ultimately, if we get into this cycle, it will include changes that they make to election law that impose additional burdens. I suspect that there are going to be more counties say that we need more money if we have to do that. And that's something that we, I think, reserve the right to go to the General Assembly and explain what's necessary for the process to work correctly. So with that, is there a motion to approve Mr. Lindsay's recommendation as amended?
I would, Mr. Chairman, make that motion, and perhaps it might be best for me to simply make the motion to accept the report, and then I'll accept a couple of friendly amendments.
Okay.
If I may.
You may.
So I simply move for the board to accept the report that have been tendered to the committee.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded to accept the report given by Mr. Lindsay this morning. All those in favor say aye.
I think you need to accept the amendments first.
Well, we'll do that and then we'll take the amendments.
You do the amendments and then.
Okay. So you can tell I'm really new at this. So before we vote on that, we'll accept whatever amendments members of the board have to the report.
So the suggested amendments are that the applications shall be posted publicly for public review with 30 days notice, and public comments be made available to this board.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Just one clarification, would you also publicly report what the decision of the board was on the applications?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So that's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment, Ms. Gazelle?
I would like to propose a second amendment that we include a paragraph in the report to the General Assembly that with regard to operational burdens on the counties, and that further study is important to understand these costs moving forward in the future.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment as well, Mr. Chairman. So now we vote.
So all those in favor of the motion as amended by the two amendments, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Then it passes unanimously. Mr. Lindsay, I don't know how you put something from an organization like us and present it to the General Assembly. So could you draft up whatever we would actually deliver to them and let us have a chance to look at that?
I will, Mr. Chairman. I'll get it back to the full board. And as generally what happens is in the first week of the General Assembly, such reports are That's when they are generally transmitted to the leadership and then to the full houses in the House and the Senate.
Okay. All right, thank you. Can we put a date on that we would receive it for comment?
Well, you'll get it by the end of this week, Mr. Chairman, because I'm going to go have a holiday.
Oh, I see. He does the reports, and then we have to look at it over the holiday.
That's right.
Yeah.
No. Seriously,
thank-
Mr. Chairman, I'll have it to you by the end of the week.
Yeah, thank you very much.
These are fairly short amendments.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the next matter that we have on the agenda is a report from Ms. Gazelle about Rule 183-1-12-.13. Before I turn this over to her to explain why we are considering this, one of the things that we will do after the first of the year is collect our thoughts about rules that we ought to consider. And this one came up later than the rules probably that might be as important as this one, but this one needs to be addressed. And we will continue to do that. We will prioritize our work and do those things first that need to be done first. This is one that needs to be done first, and we've had a fair amount of input from people. And with that, I'll turn it over to my board colleague, Ms. Gazelle.
Thank you. Rule 183-1-12-.13 is regarding storage of returns. This rule relates to the electronic storage of election-related data following the certification of an election. And this is actually a really good opportunity that I wanted to have a time. It's a reminder that, in fact, the counties are doing this right now. While the elections are done for voters and for the candidates, the counties are still processing the runoffs, and I just wanted to acknowledge that they are still hard at work, and I appreciate everything that they are doing, because without the work of the counties, none of us would be here. So this rule dictates exactly what and how the electronic data is stored. And one of the reasons that we're looking at it is we've received a good bit of input on how to adjust it. It's important that we standardize the process to make sure that every county is storing the same data in the same format, but also maintaining copies of information that need to be publicly available, including the digital images of ballots, which under Senate Bill 202 are now available to the public through open records requests. So I just wanted to go through the process of where we are right now. After having consulted with a number of individuals, we have redrafted the rule. It has been distributed to the members of the board informally, along with staff of the Secretary of State's office. It's important, though, before we publish this formally, that we understand that the impact on the counties and make sure that it is a practicable rule, that it does not create additional burdens that are overly burdensome, and that it's something that they can fit into their standard practices and without huge disruptions in their operations post-election. So once we have a fuller understanding of that, after consulting directly with some of the counties, we will publish this rule, and probably in the next meeting is what I anticipate. And it will be made publicly available for 30 days, and that means that it would be available for comment before and input from interested parties before we would even vote on it. So this rule wouldn't be in place until at earliest the April meeting. That's when it would be up, I think, for final vote on the board. But this is the process that we'll use also with additional rules as we open them up and try to review them. And I don't want to speak on behalf of the board, but I certainly welcome input from members of the public and interested parties on rules that you think other folks think need further examination. I'm happy to answer any questions, since I sent everything out a few days ago, so we haven't had a chance to discuss.
So we're not taking any official action?
No,
This was a report
no,
on
just a report.
why we're doing what we're doing and what the process will be?
exactly.
The one thing that I want to add to this is that we understand that while we have authorities, that we have to exercise it with input from others. And Blake Evans, who's the election director, when we were talking about something that I wanted and wanted the board to do, his first thing was, let's get some practical input on what the practical impact will be on the counties. And so we gathered together a collection of election officials, and it changed my mind about whether or not what I wanted to do was practical or reasonable when imposed upon the counties. We went forward with a version of that, but and we will, I think, in the future. But I think all of us recognize that we are not to direct people to do things without understanding what the impact is going to be in 159 counties in Georgia. And so one of the things that I want us to do is to have more task forces, or whatever we call them, with election officials as we vet our ideas with them to find out whether or not they are in fact practically achievable. And if they impose too much of a burden, what amendments can we make to that to accomplish what we think is something that would improve the election and trust in the election system, but at the same time allow the counties to function, knowing that the counties range from large counties in the metropolitan area to very small counties. The impact will be different, and we want to get that information before we go about the rulemaking process. And I thank Mr. Evans for his help in making me see that. There's one, this is not an agenda item, I just want to report to you on a follow-up. As you know, there's a Fulton County performance review that was reported on previously, that the performance review committee said that in order to evaluate Fulton's performance and where it stands today, which would be important to us in making a decision as far as how do we respond to the review, that because there was an upcoming election, that we wanted the ability to see their performance real time under the stress of an election, since that's where it's most important for the county, any county, to function at its best. So we held until the end of the year the draft of the report to allow that to happen. And as you know, it's been publicly made available that the Carter Center assisted in looking at the evaluation, in evaluating the conduct of the county during the election, the midterms, as well as the runoff. And we want to get their information and have that available to the committee before they finalize their report. All of that, I think, will be extremely helpful to us. And I'm reporting that we have been informed as of yesterday that we will receive, the board will receive a copy of the report on January 13th of 2023, and that assuming that the report is in a form that can be considered, I intend to put it on the February meeting agenda. So I just wanted you to know where we are in that process. All right, before we move on to the investigation report section, is there anything else that the board members want to bring up before we move into complaints? Nope. Okay.
Do you want us to talk about this proposed rule, or?
No. And that's because the rule has to be put into a form where we've had sufficient time to provide input before it's finalized and then presented in a meeting, at which time we can then talk about the rule. And then we go through the process that once it's approved at the next meeting, that it will be published for 30 days and that we would vote on it at the following meeting, which is in April. All right. Now, with the consent of the board members, there's a lawyer from Chatham County who is right there. He has to go to a court hearing in Savannah this afternoon. Oh my. So he's asked to be moved up on the agenda, and we have agreed to do that. He is the last one on the list of reports where the recommendation of the investigators, and you can sit down because we'll hear the report first. for referral to the Attorney General's office. So, Sarah, if you're prepared to do that on the Chatham County case, which is 2020-062. And that's at tab 34. See, Ms. Koth is taking me at my word that when I ask her to respond to something that she has 4 minutes, so I'm just kidding you. Yes. Oh, what is she? What, Bodie? You try that?
Is it on? Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is case number 2020-062. The Secretary of State office received the following complaints during the June 9th, 2020 general primary election, the August 11th, 2020 general primary runoff, and the January 5th, 2021 general election runoff for federal offices from Bruce Seidner, Gene Seaver, George Sudbury, Celestine James, and Gwen, I'm not trying to pronounce that last name, and others. There were a total of 20 different allegations. Do you want all of them read?
Can you summarize them?
They were all, completely, I have the investigator here that's probably more knowledgeable in this case. Glenn, if you want to come up and maybe summarize, so I don't have to read all 20 of these. They're all so different. I'll just back up. They're all so different for all 20 of them. The lighting's not that good.
So we're going to hear from Investigator Archie.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right. Like the chief said, there were 20 total allegations in reference to this case.
Can you pull the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And speak into it, please.
Yes, sir. There was 20 allegations in reference to this case. And pretty much, I'll give a little briefing on each one. A voter named Bruce Snyder reported that he requested an absentee ballot for the June 9, 2020 election. I did my inquiries and everything. I could find no record in ENET where he had requested an absentee ballot. I also talked with Ms. German, and she checked her documents and applications, was not able to recover one in his name. He did tell me that he placed it in the mail, so in reference to his allegation, I couldn't sustain anything because we don't know what happened to the application after it was submitted to the mail. George Sedbury reported that he voted also in the June 9, 2020 election. He requested an absentee ballot. He was issued the absentee ballot on April the 21st, 2020. And he also had to submit a cure letter. Evidently, there was a question about his signature. So the cure letter was dated June the 1st of 2020. What happened with his, I guess when he went to the website, he noticed that he received credit for voting in the August 11th, 2020 election, not the June 9th, 2020 election. I conducted some more research in reference to that. Since they had to cure his signature, his ballot was not accepted until June the 10th of 2020. I also talked with Ms. German because the counties are the one that enter the information in reference to the date that the ballots are mailed, or also requested when they're mailed and when they're accepted and returned. She had no idea what occurred. She said it wasn't on their end, that it may have been possibly something that occurred with the state in reference to that. And the voter was concerned that his vote did not count, but his vote did count. I obtained a copy of the oath envelope and verified that his vote did count for that election.
Mr. Archie, let me make this suggestion.
Yes, sir.
In the interest of time, because
Okay.
well, let's focus on the ones where your office is recommending referral, where there are violations to be referred to the Attorney General's office.
Okay, sir.
What you just said gives us a flavor of the detail to which the investigators go into, including on those that are claimed, but to see whether or not the claimed violations are in fact
Okay.
supported by the facts. But let's look at the ones that the county would like to respond to.
All right. Okay. No problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a pretty extensive report. Okay, in reference to, like I said, it was 20 allegations. I was able to sustain allegation number 3. When Chatham County Elections Office, they proved their District 4 ballot. What they failed to realize was that the District 4 Board of Education races were all included on the District 4 ballot, not included on the District 7 ballot. Okay, in reference to allegation number 5, an election supervisor, Russell Bridges, failed to notify the Secretary of State in writing at least 7 days prior to processing absentee ballots prior to Election Day. Sustained allegation number 11 in reference to a board member with the Board of Elections there in Chatham County. His name is Antoine Lang. While they were processing absentee ballots, he used his cell phone to post a live stream video on Facebook. This was witnessed by 2 people. They gave me statements. In reference to allegation number 15, this involved when voters canceled their absentee ballots. The poll workers failed to write canceled, date and time, and their initials across the face of these absentee ballots. It was approximately about 100 ballots that occurred with. In reference to allegation number 17, 37 polls did not open at 7 a.m. on June the 9th, 2020, in reference to various reasons that occurred. Also sustained allegation number 18, that when the clerks were processing absentee ballots prior to the June 1st, 2020 correction, that's June 9th, 2020 general primary, they were allowed to keep their cell phones in their possession while they did that. In reference to allegation number 19, reference to the June 9, 2020 general primary, election supervisor Russell Bridges failed to post a notice of a change at some previous polling places to inform voters where they needed to go vote. The investigation also revealed that while the clerks were processing the ballots on June the 14th, 2020, which was a Sunday, they did not sign an oath that day. They were not able to provide it.
So I'm going to, and I'm not sure what microphone I give him to, or should we have him come up here, or can you come to a microphone that we can turn on down here?
You might be able to turn on the microphone. If you can give you the number.
Do you have a number at your desk?
Test that microphone.
Try that microphone, see if that works.
Can you hear me?
You can pull it
Yeah.
up. You can use your
Oh, pull it up, pull it up. Okay, thanks.
See, now you can be a legislator.
This is my first time here. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Could you give us your name and who you're with and who you are speaking on behalf of?
Yes, sir. My name is Andre Pretorius. I'm an assistant county attorney from Chatham County, and I'll be representing the Chatham County Board of Elections in these matters. Just a start to this, I had spoken to members of the Elections Board and the Registrar's Office, and the 2020 elections was brand new because we had received that year, where we normally get maybe 2,000 absentee ballots, we got around 50,000 that year. So we had new staff. The training that was conducted in that February, we didn't even have the machines yet. We were still waiting on those, so they didn't come in until late April. And so people had forgotten what the training was. They never trained on the machines themselves. A lot of the things that we did in this case were self-reported as well, and so I'm kind of looking at these allegations, and I want you guys to understand that yes, there is the statute, and the statute is very clear, but what we have is some things that we had done that we believed were in compliance and would be a factor that you would have to consider when you look at the allegation itself. When we get to the first allegation that was mentioned, and in that case it was talking about the ballot, the District 4 and the District 7 one. Yes, in that case, the original ballot that went out, and this is one where we had now over 130, I think it was 137 ballot faces that we had to do, including the hand recount at the time, and somebody missed that District 4 designation, and it was immediately noticed after they sent out the ballots. Those ballots were then fixed and sent back in, and everyone that received that ballot received the new ballot with the correction on it. It took people, when the ballots came in, to see the distinction between the two and then count each one of those. And no votes were affected in that matter. It was only a total of 10 ballots that were affected, and all of those votes were counted. So I believe the process was fixed and it was immediately rectified because it was immediately noticed. And so therefore we're asking that you have some, just look at that one again and see that all the votes, because the intent is to have all the votes counted, even if there's a mistake, that is rectified and completed. The second allegation that was mentioned was with the notification to the Secretary of State. And I spoke to Mr. Bridges, and he admits, he said, I did not do that. It was an oversight on his part. It was a new rule to him. He learned that he had not, then he contacted the Secretary of State and let them know that he sent out the note that he failed to do that. I believe also in this case the intent of that statute is to make sure that both the monitors are there from both parties, right? And they all had notice and they all were there. So the intent was to give the notice and both parties were there and they had sufficient notice to be there. But yet, you're correct, the notice itself was not given 7 days prior to that. I believe the next allegation, let me go, is the one with the Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang is no longer a board member. And then to explain this situation is interesting. We had a huge facility set up for this. First time we've ever done that. And we have media that came in and they had the same kind of situation where they are allowed to film. But Mr. Lang did use his Facebook Live to do that, but it wasn't for the intent to show what they the ballots or anything. His intent was to show the enormity of the process that we were doing. It was just a brand new thing, and I believe his intent was just to merely show, look how big this facility is, look at all the things that we're doing here. So I believe the intent behind that was good, but the process of that has been fixed in the meantime. We now require to make sure that everyone cannot do that and that they have to fill in requirements to be able to video any of those things. So the processes have been fixed since then. I think this was more of an error on his part, trying to show that we are doing everything and look how big this place is. The next allegation on that list, let me go, I think it was number number 17, which was that 37 polls did not open at 7 a.m. during the June 9th, 2020 general primary. Now, when I was looking at the statute, it says that it had to open and polling had to start. This was the issue where we came in with the training. All the polls were open at the time. The issue was people were having problems with what they were doing at the polling station, so there was a delay there. And what we did is we immediately contacted the judge and said, Judge, it's a training thing, the polls are open, there's just not, the people don't specifically know exactly what they're doing, so we're working with them to get that done. So we immediately did 37 polling stations, and we did an order by the judge to extend all hours by an hour. So we believe we corrected that issue, and training has now been done and everything else, so this has not been an issue and will not be an issue in the future.
Well, can I just ask for clarification? Yes. When you say people didn't know what to do, you mean the people that were working in the precincts didn't know what to do?
Yes.
And that the voters couldn't vote?
Well, it was just a delay, yes, by a few minutes in some places. It's not that the polling places weren't open, it was just that somebody didn't know, what do I do with this, what do I do with that? And it's because some of them had never seen the machine, because they were trained in February again. The machines didn't come in until April, so it was hard to train somebody about what the machine does and looks like when it's not there. And so some of them just didn't understand that little procedure, so there had to be that quick, this is what you do.
Would you think a voter who was in line to vote at 7 o'clock considered the polls opened when he couldn't vote?
Would that voter consider the...
When we tell voters that the polls open at 7 o'clock, don't we
Yes.
tell them that that means they can begin voting at 7?
Yes, I agree with you on that.
And that didn't happen in these cases where people weren't ready.
Yes. And it wasn't in all 37 locations. This was just a precautionary thing from the judge that made sure that those 37 locations had that. Because we weren't exactly sure which ones of the ones, so we included the ones around it. The next allegation was number 18, which was some clerks that were processing absentee ballots prior to June 9, 2020 general primary were allowed to keep their cell phones. And again, this is one of those where it was 2020, and we understand the rule was changed, and it says that all cell phones, laptops, audio, video recording devices, and other communications shall be prohibited from the room where the processing of absentee ballots is taking place, except for county election computers necessary. And the policy that we had was that they not use their phones. It was a new situation for us. It's a much longer time frame now because it couldn't be processed until the day of the election. And we took the phones from them later on because we found out that you cannot have the phone in there. But the problem that we had was, again, we had people that had to work multiple days. And again, this is during the pandemic, and there's medical issues and family and other issues that they have. And so just to have that phone there would be something that we could do. They weren't allowed to use them in the room. I think we have corrected that issue now, and it wouldn't be an issue in the future. I think it was just an error on our part to say that our policy was to not use the phones and not have the phones. The next one allegation was that the Russell Bridges failed to post a notice, and I believe, hold on, let me make sure that's the correct one. Oh, the polling place changes, yes. So this is another one of those situations where we had multiple polling locations close because they were afraid of getting COVID, because we had retirement houses, homes that were doing and so we had about 24 of the polls that decided, even at the last minute, that they did not want to have them there. And we corrected that and we fixed that. So the only thing that we did, we had 6 temporary workers traverse around the county placing signs and notices. So we believe we put all the signs and notices up. If Wynn took down the sign that we didn't know about, then that may have been one of the things, or somebody took down a notice that we didn't know about, and that would be the only other explanation for that. But we had 6 workers that went around the county and placed the notices on. We also send postcards to everybody to say when the polling locations changed. And the only time that we don't place a notice is if it's not this election cycle, but the next election cycle, so that you've already had an election cycle where the notice was posted. So I'm not sure exactly what the notice issue was, because we believe we sent everybody out, we put up all of our notices, and we sent out our postcards. Even for the ones that were last minute, we also sent those out, and we also had our signs posted at those locations. So I'm not exactly sure what the notice issue was, if it was one that had dealt with a second election cycle or not. But again, those processes were in place. We believe that this would not be an issue in the future, and we have ensured that those processes are changed for the future. The next allegation dealt with here we go. The clerk's oath. Now, we spoke with the Secretary of State on that one, and they informed us that if you had done the oaths for those individuals prior to that day, you did not have to do a daily oath. So if the notice, or if the statute tells us that we have to do daily notices, then the Secretary of State let us know that we did not have to do it daily. And so that's where my confusion was with that. We even checked on that to verify that that was not the issue. If they'd already been sworn, there's an oath, then they didn't have to do a daily oath. The last one that we had was the allegation with the one with the absentee ballots, and the allegation states that during the general election runoff for federal offices, that some poll officers failed to process the cancellation of absentee ballots properly. Some of the poll officers failed to write "canceled," the date and time, and their initials across the face of the absentee ballot. And this is the one that I see what the statute says, and I understand the reason and the need for that. The problem that we have with the way that it's worded is that we cannot remove the absentee ballot from the envelope, because then we would know what the person voted. And that's the main issue that we want to ensure, is that you have confidentiality in your vote. So if somebody comes into the registrar's office and hands us their envelope with their absentee ballot, if we open it up and write on there, then we would know what their vote was. So what we did in this case, we checked with the Secretary of State and the local board, and what we were told was the process that we were doing was correct. When we would write on the envelope "canceled," and then we also did an affidavit with it and submitted those. And the reason that that they told us too is that that was a good process, and that we have done that in many years, and that we were doing it correctly. So if there's a change that we now want to open someone's ballot,
then we just need to be informed, and we will comply with that procedure. We felt that it was a confidentiality with your vote issue, and we did not want to have people know what their votes were. And then send them, you may have somebody sitting there looking at it and may not like who you're voting for, and send you to the wrong place or something like that, but we don't know. But we were trying to be as open and clear as possible that we did not want to know what your vote was.
Can you tell me again who told you that that procedure was okay?
The Secretary of State's office.
Can I add something about those canceled ballots? They were, the information that was written did not follow the statute. Some of them were missing the poll manager's name, or they didn't use the word canceled. They would use something else. I made copies of all the ones that I found. At no time were any of those opened. My understanding is they're not supposed to open those envelopes. They're supposed to just write on the outside canceled, date and time, and the poll worker or poll manager's name.
Correct.
So that's where those errors occurred. They didn't put some of them were maybe missing the poll manager's name. Some didn't have canceled, involved all different type categories in reference to that.
And if that's the issue, then I would defer to his investigation on that. Okay. I do want to state further that in June of 2020, we were in a full-blown COVID pandemic. Poll workers were trained in February for an election in March that occurred in June. More than 100 poll workers could not work or decided to retire. More than 24 polling locations declined to serve as a poll. The election equipment was new and was being used for the first time. We were extremely understaffed with only 4 full-time staffing, managing an election, and this was an election of epic proportions. Chatham County does not have a history of sloppy elections. Since then, we have gotten a new elections director, a new deputy director of elections, and we've added 10 full-time staff. Again, we did not have the equipment when we were training in February. The first display of the machines was not until April, and we had our representative actually come out too when we were unveiling the machines and said, I voted for a machine that I'd never even seen before. The main issue for us is that all the votes were counted, everything balanced. All of this had to be done, but we also had to do a hand recount at this time. And so I think the intent of a fair election, yes, is to follow all of the laws, but also to make sure that all ballots were cast and all votes were counted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pretorius. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Pretorius?
First, thank you so much for coming up from Savannah and for having done so much research on this before you came. It's extremely helpful to me to really understand exactly what happened. I did have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure whether Investigator Archie or you are in a better position to answer them, but particularly with regard to those absentee ballots that were brought in, turned in, and canceled. Were they properly canceled in ENET? And I think the biggest concern with that is making sure that only one person's vote, one vote counted per voter.
Yes, and that is correct. We did everything correctly as far as that. The affidavits were done and they were sent, because I think most of these allegations were at the registrar's office and they were sent to the correct polling location.
Okay.
They did have an affidavit stapled to them, like the attorney said.
So there's no way that they could have been counted since they were stapled to that?
Yes, ma'am. And then there was something written. It may not say cancel, but there was something written on it. I think some of them said spoiled, and they were missing some of the poll workers and poll managers' names, but the letters were attached.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. Also, with regard to that particular incident and that accusation, there seemed to be some real inappropriate behavior on the part of the poll watcher, interfering with voters, interfering with interfering with the poll managers, and it's important to note that even though that was not a case here, that is not appropriate behavior, and at the appropriate time, I would like to recommend that we send, not refer them to the Attorney General's office, but at a minimum send a letter of instruction to the poll watcher as well, because that behavior can't happen in a polling place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, a question. Is now a public time to sort of make a comment, or do you just want questions at this point?
Both.
And I appreciate your research on this, I do. And I appreciate the difficult position you're in. As one trial lawyer to another, I've had to stand in front of governing authorities and have the feeling of wearing somebody else's wet bathing suit because my client had done something that he should not have done. So I want to make sure you understand that.
Yes, sir.
I'm debating, quite frankly, in my mind, and I don't know if I have enough information yet, to not only send this to the Attorney General's office, but under OCGA 21-2-107, the State Election Board has the independent authority to create a independent performance review board to see if what's going on here. Because my concern here, now most of the violations we see are involving an incident that's somewhat isolated, involving one entity that's done, one individual or a small group of individuals have done something wrong. In this situation, we seem to have a systemic breakdown by Chatham County to the degree that it very well probably did impact some people's ability to vote. You know, for instance, 37 voting places that open late. Most counties that if they have a problem, it's one, maybe two. In this situation, we're dealing with 37. That's a systemic problem, and there's some other issues as well. At the appropriate time, I am going to make a motion to send it to the Attorney General. But I would also, Mr. Chairman, I don't know how to do this exactly. I'd like to, while sending it to the Attorney General, I would also like to request that someone from the county itself, like the ethics election supervisor, come to us and provide us with an assurance that what happened in June 2020 did not happen again in November 2020 and did not happen again in subsequent elections, that remedial steps have been taken so that this did not happen again, so that we don't have to send this, exercise the power underneath the code section I just cited to ask for independent review. If you guys have already taken care of this. If y'all understand where I'm going.
I do, and I think what I would ask Ms. Koth to do is, I would like for you to go back and see how many Chatham County complaints we've had in the last, say, 3 years, to see whether or not we could see this as just, while egregious, but an isolated period of time. Or have we seen other issues? I think that would help us to decide on whether the performance review was appropriate or whether having somebody come up.
Yeah, and including a discussion with the election officials themselves. And I would like something, whether or not they appear here, or at least something in writing from them to demonstrate that the training breakdowns, that the other breakdowns that we saw here in this year they've taken remedial action to make sure that doesn't happen again. Because if we don't, I'm going to have to make a motion some other time that we have that independent review. Now, but I want, since it was 2 years ago. But this sort of thing should never happen.
And we agree. It's we didn't have those issues before, and we haven't had those issues often.
I readily understand the circumstances in June 2020.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that what happened in June 2020 isn't a pattern of conduct that is impacting the voters of Chatham County today. And if it is, then we need to be taking some direct actions in addition to sending it to the Attorney General. That's what I'm saying.
Just to add a little bit of color on June 2020, I don't remember the exact number of counties that had extended hours, but I know it was more than a dozen. So this, while yes, it appears egregious, I think that we could probably have similar reviews of other counties that look, where the patterns are similar. So just before I want to make sure we understand the context of that across the state.
That's entirely why I'm not making that motion today.
Right.
I recognize the nature of June 2020.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that the steps have been taken so that it hasn't happened since
Yes, sir.
in those subjects. That's all I'm saying.
And the other thing I think, I heard you say that while the court extended hours for 37 precincts,
Yes,
that went beyond the precincts that did not open on time.
that is correct.
Do you know how many precincts did not open on time?
I would have to, and this would just be a guess, it may have been 5, but for extra safety and precaution, the judge included 37 of them.
Mr. Lindsay, I think maybe what we should do, talking about the 107 authority that we have, is to send them a letter and say, these are the concerns. We would like for you to tell us and explain what it is that we need to know to deliberate over whether or not to take an additional step.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that I would support that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for.
Yeah, she was talking, I think she said 12.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, 21-2-388 states, "The poll manager shall mark canceled in the date, and the manager shall date and time across the face of the absentee ballot,
Correct.
and shall initial same."
Yes, that's correct.
So I'm confused about a mixed message.
No, it's not a mixed message. What we have done in the past, and what we have gotten direction from the Secretary of State to do, is to write it on the envelope that the absentee ballot is in. The reason for that is that we want to protect the secrecy of the ballot. So if you open the envelope, then you would remove the absentee ballot and know what the person was voting. And so therefore, to exclude that, we leave it in the envelope, write it on the outside of the envelope, and attach an affidavit that the vote is canceled.
But the statute says the ballot shall be marked canceled.
Correct, and that's why we checked with the Secretary of State if that procedure was proper, and they told us that it was the proper procedure. Even if the statute says that, correct. And that's why I said the statute says a thing when we call and make sure that we're supposed to do that, and they tell us, no, for that reason, what you are doing is the correct procedure. We can only comply with what
Right.
we were instructed.
So my understanding is poll managers take an oath
Yes,
that they will abide by the law,
yes,
and they will not reveal any confidential information before the close of the polls.
that is correct. My only concern with that is even if you know, if I see you sitting there as a poll worker and I bring my absentee ballot to you, and I see you opening my ballot and then reading my ballot as a citizen, I would feel that would be inappropriate, because now my ballot's no longer secret. That's my only concern with that. I understand what you're saying about a poll worker taking an oath, but even certain things are hidden from most officials. Some officials aren't allowed to look at certain confidential information that certain people, the president declares to be secret. And this is one of your constitutional rights.
So you're saying because you're concerned, you don't need to follow the law?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what we did was comply with what the Secretary of State told us was correct procedure.
Well, and let me remind everybody what the purpose of us hearing this complaint and any of these complaints is, especially those that are recommended to be referred to the Attorney General's office. Is we don't make a finding of whether
Yes.
or not
Correct.
there was a violation. It's a referral to the Attorney General's office. And if they need additional questions answered, they can investigate those additional matters. And ultimately, because the Attorney General's representative is here and has listened to all these things, which I would say you're offering in mitigation, that might help them to determine what the appropriate disposition is, but
Yes, sir.
it's us referring to the Attorney General's office, should we choose to do so, for additional investigation and proposed disposition.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
One last comment. This is not the first, and it won't be the last case in which ballot proofing is a critical step that cannot be skipped by counties. And so for any counties that are listening, please remember how important this is, because there is a cascading series of errors that happens if mistakes are missed in the ballot proofing step. We've seen it over and over again in multiple counties, and I just think that every time we see it, we need to highlight it so that counties understand they can't skip that step, even with 136 ballot styles.
Let me ask you, for those people that might be new to this, you use the term ballot proofing. Could you explain what you mean by that?
So a county has, every voter has an assigned ballot, which means that you have your district races to vote in. The larger the county is, the more ballot styles they have, and the harder it is to make sure that every precinct and every voter receives their appropriate ballot so that they get to vote on their representatives and not somebody else's. The case here demonstrated that some voters received a ballot that had 2 school district races on it, and some voters received a ballot that had no school district races on it when they needed it. They corrected it midstream so that the election itself was still valid and voters had the correct ballot. But because they had to correct it, they had to create all new databases, and like I said, there is a cascading series of problems that will emerge if you first have the ballots wrong. We've seen it in other counties that have resulted in the tabulators being misprogrammed, and it creates an enormous sense of uncertainty with voters if they don't understand what the problems are. So if you get the process right at the beginning, you'll get the right results at the end. So I just wanted to highlight that. This is yet another case where it's a tedious process, but perhaps counties need to make sure that there is a backup review to make sure they get it right the first time.
And the purpose of this is to provide context, not just for you, but for
Yes.
everybody, including
sir.
those people that are watching. Because all of our collective interest is to make sure that if there's conduct that has an unintended consequence, that the purpose of the rules is to make sure that we don't have to suffer an unintended consequence because we've done it right the first time. That's the only point.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Thank you. I'm just concerned that there are valid ballots that could be used. They're not marked as canceled and could be substituted at some point in the tabulation process or counting process, and an unwanted vote be discarded and a chosen vote be substituted. So I am concerned that every canceled absentee ballot be marked canceled so that it could not be substituted at a later stage in the process of the election.
All right, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Any other comments before, and then would somebody, my proposal is that let's go ahead, if there's an appropriate motion, we'll vote on that now and then go back to our regular agenda. I'm sorry, what?
I'm one of the complainants with this case from Chatham County, and I received a letter that I would be able to make a statement.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, I've never done anything like this before, but I actually am a poll watcher in Chatham County for this election, and actually the individual that noticed.
Can you pick up your microphone, please? Is your number 26? 76? What's your number?
I'm not sure what number I actually witnessed the improper processing.
No, I mean the number on your desk.
It says it's on.
Counselor, can you hand her your microphone? Oh,
No, just come forward and speak from his desk.
there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, mine's still on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for reading that part of the legislative code section, because I had it with me to read as well. My name is Gwen Kasperzicki, and I was a certified poll watcher in Chatham County for the 2020 Senate runoff election during early voting and on January 5th. You should have a copy of my signed affidavit. I would like to expound on that affidavit today. Every voter that arrived at my polling locations and surrendered their ballot, their absentee ballot, to vote in person, did so without their ballot being canceled, according to OCGA 21-2-388. The envelopes were taken by the poll workers, most unopened. There are two envelopes: the United States government's envelope on the outside and the ballot envelope on the inside, as long as the ballot. The only envelope that was touched with the affidavit signed to it or stapled to it was the outer envelope, not even the envelope with the ballot inside. Let's see. They were stapled to an affidavit that the voter signed. They were placed in a wire basket and taken away at the end of the day, which who knows what happened to those ballots? Nobody knows. I mean, it was a live, there were live ballots. I talked to Russell Bridges, the Chatham County's election supervisor, and I asked him directly why the poll workers were not following OCGA 21-2-388. And he looked me in the eyes and sarcastically said, "Don't worry about it. I'll take full responsibility." By failing to comply to the code, no one can say for sure that those absentee ballots weren't cast, but I can say with certainty that the code section set by the Georgia legislature was not followed. And I want to thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Anything else from members of the board?
At the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, make a motion.
If you would, please.
Motion to refer the matter to the Attorney General.
Is there a second?
The first part of it.
It's been first and seconded that we refer matter 2022-062 to the Attorney General's office. Is there any discussion?
Just by way of clarification, Mr. Chairman, are we going to dismiss allegations 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 18? The recommendation is that they be dismissed, or are they finding, are we going to dismiss those, or are we going to send all the allegations over?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Well, let me clarify. I would move that we send the matter to the Attorney General in conformance with the recommendations of the investigator, and also to dismiss those allegations that the investigator recommended that be dismissed.
All right. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The motion passes and it will be referred to the Attorney General's office. I hope you understand that that's the next part of the process. And the Attorney General's representative, Ms. McGowan, has been here and listened to everything that you had to say today.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I would also like to follow up on your suggestion, that we direct you, I guess, to send a letter to Chatham County, requesting, information on what steps they have taken to correct, some of the, alleged actions that took place in 2020 to ensure that this systemic issue that happened at that time does not continue. To ensure, the people of Chatham County that they can vote and that their votes will be accurate.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, it's been moved and seconded that we draft a letter to Chatham County to address the deficiencies that were reported in the report of the investigation on this matter, which is 2020-062, in addition to any other deficiencies that might be disclosed in a review of complaints against Chatham County for the last several years. And that's the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? All right,
And
then
I don't
that-
believe it'll take the motion, Mr. Chairman, just if I may ask that the matter be placed back on the calendar in February to see what the reaction was to Chatham County so we can then determine whether or not a performance review is necessary or not.
Right.
Hopefully one will not be, but let's see.
make a note of that and remind me when I send out the agenda whether or not it's necessary to put that on as an agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Ms. Cawthon, if you could please do that review for us, I'd appreciate it. All right. Thank you for being with us. You may now travel back to Chatham County and attend your hearing. Thank you. Right, so we will now go back to the regular order of complaints, but I'm going to recess for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is, it's when the big hand's at the top, and so that we can continue to make progress. So let's keep it to that time limit. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
His glasses were not very helpful. I just got new reading glasses, and they're for distance, and I can't see anything. They're the progressives?
The surgery, so
All right, let's come back to order, please. Can we? All right, we're ready to begin again. Let's come back to order, please. It's not going on. All right, would everybody please be seated? Ms. Cawthey, you ready? Okay, we will now move to those groups of cases which are cases recommended to be dismissed. And what I will do is I will ask whether any of the members of the board would like to discuss specifically any of these cases. We have been provided with the investigators' summaries and reports, and so there are some that I believe members of the board would like to discuss as a board more specifically, and I'll begin with anybody that would like to discuss any of them specifically. All right, Ms. Gazelle? We'll do them one at a time.
Very good. I would actually, the first case, I would actually like to request that case SEB 2021-151 be continued, and I would like to ask for some additional research on that specific case, and that was tab 14.
All right, so let's talk about that individually, and specifically what you observed about that and what you would like done in addition if it's pulled.
In this case, Fulton County absentee ballot processing, due to an error in training, there were multiple absentee ballots issued to a single voter. And I would like that researched further because I believe that there were violations in that case, and I want to understand what steps have been taken to ensure that that cannot happen again.
Ms. Koth, would you like to maybe summarize this since we're discussing it for the group and for us? And then if you can respond to what Ms. Gazelle said, that I would appreciate that. You might not be able to, but if you could, that would be helpful.
Summarize a complaint, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes, this complaint was, the complainant received unsolicited absentee ballots from Fulton County for the November 2nd, 2021 general election. And the findings were, they've researched the issue and resolved that during the training for the EV, the staff were likely provided voter records for the purposes of scenario training, but were in the active system of ElectionNet instead of the training module. Thus, the action caused the voter to have changes made to his actual record. In error, it appears that instead of marking in person, they mistakenly marked by mail, which then added the voter to the absentee file that's pulled daily for mail-out. When marking mail-out, they also never clicked an issue date, and therefore the voter was continually added to the file to be issued a ballot. The manner in which the file was run, which was cumulatively, caused for the voter with no issue date to continuously be included. They corrected the method in which the file is run to prevent future instances and have spoken to Ms. Benjamin to ensure future trainings must be verified that staff are working within the training module of ElectionNet. That was from the deputy director.
Right. So that seems one of the concerns that you had about unintended consequences of...
Yes, exactly. And I believe it would behoove us to make sure that Fulton has full notice of this and has an opportunity to be represented when this is discussed more fully, which is why I request that it be continued to a future meeting.
Is there any objection to continuing it at a future meeting?
No objection. No objection.
All right, so I'm going to remove that from the agenda. We'll put it on the February meeting.
Thank you.
Next.
The next case I wanted to discuss separately, if Ms. Koth would present tab 15, SEB 2021-153, City of Fort Gaines.
Now, let's, Ms. Koth, could you summarize that complaint for us, please?
Yes. Yes, this one had 4 allegations. The city of Fort Gaines is conducting their municipal election inside the city hall, and Mayor Kenneth Sumter is running for re-election. Mayor Sumter continued to work from City Hall, and there is an allegation he spoke to some voters inside the poll area. There is an allegation that Mayor Sumter had been observed looking out of the window blinds in his office to observe voters in the poll area. There's an allegation a voter named Willie Lane, a 93-year-old, told someone when she voted her absentee ballot that she was not able to vote for the people she wanted to vote for. At this time, it is unknown if that occurred during this election or a prior election. There is an allegation when a voter named Rodney Gordon came in to vote that poll workers Jackie Jenkins and Cherry Smith asked him who he was going to vote for. The findings did not reveal any evidence to support violations of Georgia Election Code in regards to any of those allegations.
So, Ms. Gazelle, tell us about your concern.
So I agree with the findings that there was insufficient evidence to find a violation, but I thought this might be a good opportunity to point out that particularly we're coming up on 2023 when we'll have more municipal elections. And best practices would suggest that elections not be held in the offices where officials who are up for re-election have to go to do their daily job. It creates an appearance of impropriety even if there is nothing that has been done wrong. So having voters appear in the mayor's office to vote for the office of mayor creates a bit of a conflict of interests. So I think I just wanted to, again, use the opportunity of this forum to suggest to counties that they find alternative polling locations that, rather than the offices that are up for election that year. So if a county has a mayoral election, don't hold the election in City Hall, hold it in the courthouse or another location if possible. I understand that it may not be possible in some locations, but it just is better practice to make sure that voters are not in the vicinity of the official who's on the ballot. That's all. That's kind of my point here.
Is that something in our prerogative that we could send out as a recommendation to the counties along the lines of what you've just said, or is that something that should come from the election division?
I think election division could send out a directive that simply it's a best practice. Recognizing that in small communities it may not be possible, but it is an advisor, just as an advice, I think would probably be the best, because I don't think it necessarily lends itself to rulemaking, because we don't know in 159 counties what facilities 159 counties have available to them.
Could I ask you to draft a letter for us to send to Mr. Evans
Of
with
course.
that recommendation?
Yes.
And the reasoning for the recommendation, and say that it was generated as a result of this complaint, and ask him to do whatever is customary out of his office to make those sort of recommendations to counties.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Great. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? Yes.
You said there wasn't any evidence to support the violations. Did y'all speak to the complainant who basically made the allegations? Did they have firsthand knowledge, or was this simply something that they heard from somebody else? I guess that's what my question is. No evidence.
This
sort
was
of
actually
curious.
one of my cases also.
Thank you.
The witnesses, the primary witness did not want to get involved. They wanted to remain anonymous.
All right.
and that's why it was hard for me to prove any of the allegations.
Okay. I don't know if they want to get involved. But there is a, did you talk to the mayor to find out whether or not he was in fact in the city hall? Because I know, you know, there's one day out of the year that he shouldn't be in there, and that's the day of the election,
Yeah, he said-
if that's where the election is taking place.
He said he would stop there during the day, but he would go straight to his office. And he said on election day, he didn't even go to City Hall.
Okay, I mean, that's,
He denied the allegations.
okay, so he basically denied the allegation. But, you know, because I mean, if it is held at City Hall, the mayor shouldn't show up that day, or the city council shouldn't show up that day. That sort of goes without question. Thank you.
It's hard if you have 3 weeks of early voting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Johnson?
So is there a move to continue that case? Or you just wanted to make a comment?
I just wanted to make a comment. I agree with the recommendation that it be dismissed.
All right, so on this case, is there a motion to dismiss the complaint? Well, first of all, are you a complainant? Well, because this case is so let me, before you speak, as I've explained to others, in cases where a determination is made that it be dismissed because there's not sufficient allegation to move forward, we do not allow complainants to speak because the complainant is the one who initiates the action, is supposed to have given us everything that we needed to know to make a determination on how to process it. And in fact, we have been pretty generous with people that want to add information to their complaints after they file it for us to consider. And so as far as we're concerned, the complainant in this case has had sufficient opportunity to present whatever they have for us to make a decision.
The letter that we received said we could come and speak if we wish to speak.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, the letter that you received said what? Well, we're not to 183, are we? If we're not talking about 183 now. Okay, so with respect to case number 2021-153 involving the city of Fort Gaines, problems at the polling location, is there a motion?
I move we dismiss the case.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to dismiss case 2021-153. Is there any discussion? There being none, all those in favor of dismissing the case say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The case is dismissed. Do you have another case? All right.
Tab 19, SCD 2021-166, Fulton County Handicap Accessibility.
Can you summarize that for us, Ms. Cox?
On 11/4/2021, the Georgia Secretary of State's office received a complaint which Raymond Sharpton stated Fulton County denied him the right to vote during the November 2nd, 2021 election in Fulton County. The complainant is handicapped and has to use a wheelchair and was unable to gain access to a voting poll inside Fulton County. The description of the violation is as follows. He is retired, he has no car, and uses a wheelchair. He spent hours using MARTA to get there, and when he went there, he went to Sarah Smith to vote this morning. He got off MARTA to find all the doors to the school locked and no obvious voting there. He said the signs were confusing, and they told him to go to Peachtree Methodist Church. He'd heard that a few people had voted at the Sarah Smith today. When he discovered that they had moved voting to the rear of the school, the poll workers and poll manager seemed oblivious that the sign was confusing to voters and disclaimed any responsibility for the sign. The combination of this big sign at the normal entrance to Sarah Smith, the move of the voting location at the school, and the significantly reduced signage, but where to vote, he felt was a mess. He was exhausted trying to get to Peachtree Methodist Church, only to be turned away. He couldn't, and he did not vote.
Ms. Koth. I'm not, no,
Do you
you're Ms. Koth. You're Ms. Gazelle.
Correct.
Ms. Gazelle.
Yes, thank you. I was consulting with the Attorney General's office. I actually, there we go. In addition to being a potential federal ADA violation, there is also a state statute that requires that all of our polling places are accessible for handicapped persons, and I actually believe there may have been a violation in this case, and as in the previous case where Fulton County has not been given full notice and opportunity to respond here, I move that we continue this case to give Fulton County the opportunity to review this and provide a response.
Any other discussion?
Same question that I had before. You said potential violation, none. I'm trying to figure out why there was no potential violation, given the allegation.
It said that the investigator spoke to Nadine Williams. She emailed the investigator her findings of the incident and that he was unable to find any evidence that Fulton County violated any election laws. They had proper signage posted at Sarah Smith voting site. A response from Fulton County explained the location and the change of voting sites. Fulton County stated the following: please see the attached template of the signage that was placed at Sarah Smith. The signs were 4x4 and replaced per SEB 202 guidelines. For sites involving a polling place change, they had line monitors in place to assist voters in finding their polling site on the SOS My Voter page. Poll managers are also instructed and provided exterior arrow signs directing voters to the voting space. Although the sign advises 078 voters, they are able to vote at Sarah Smith where the sign was placed. They said they will attempt to revise the design to avoid any confusion. The investigator tried numerous times to get a hold of the complainant and could not get a hold for any further information.
I guess my question here, Ms. Coffey, was the location where voting actually took place accessible for somebody in a wheelchair? Was not entirely clear to me from the facts presented.
Well, are you, if I may, are you asking about 7A and United Methodist Church? I can testify to that because that's my polling place. And yes, it is all on the same floor. And it is accessible. And the question is whether or not his other allegations are true or not. It sounds like y'all weren't able to get him to respond to the inquiry. Is that the problem?
Yes, they tried to email him and call him. They couldn't get a statement from him. They were trying to get more information, but when they went out there, the signs were fine. I'm not sure if they did a polling site that day.
Well,
I'd have to check.
Didn't he say that I mean, Sarah Smith used to be my polling place until they moved it to Peachtree Road United Methodist Church.
They have the same one.
And when he went to Peachtree Road, after the effort to get there, they told him that was the wrong place. And if you had all these people that were at the polling place at Sarah Smith that were supposed to be helping people, how could they have referred him to Peachtree Road, and when he goes there, he finds out that that's not where he's supposed to be? He's supposed to be back at Sarah Smith. None of this makes sense to me. And because I know the back of Sarah Smith, I don't know how accessible that was, because the parking for Sarah Smith is in front of the school. The parking along the road has always been blocked off because it looks like a sidewalk. I don't know if it is or not. But then you have to go up a fairly steep hill to go to the back of the school if in fact that's where the polling place was. So I have the same concerns that you do. That we ought to do more to investigate this. Especially when somebody didn't get a chance to vote.
Yeah. I agree. Like I said, Sarah Smith is problematic, the church, but I have, I will second your motion.
All right.
I just have a thought. Now that the chair has worked so hard to actually get us letterhead, thank you for doing that. The board previously had no way to communicate through the mail until Judge Duffy set that up. So thank you for that. Can the board, as a board, send a letter to this complainant and say, if you don't assist with the investigation, your complaint stands at risk of being dismissed?
Well, we do and we should. But did anybody ever go to his house to talk to him, or
Yes.
was it just by email?
Yes, they did. They could hear the TV on, but nobody came to the door.
Yeah, well, we don't know who that was, though.
No.
Much. I just think where somebody did not have a chance to vote, and I will say that I'm bringing in my personal knowledge of these two voting places. It's easy at Peachtree Road because it is all the same level, and it's about as handicapped accessible. But he was told he wasn't supposed to be there, and now he had to go back to Sarah Smith. And the description is about having all these monitors in place to assist voters in finding their polling place. And here's a fellow in a wheelchair, never got pointed to the back of the school because he was where he was supposed to be, but never got to the place, within the place where he's supposed to be to vote. And I think we ought to do some more research on this. And I like the idea of sending a more official-looking letter telling him that, and then if he doesn't do it, we can put it back on the calendar for February and dismiss it if we can't get further information from the complainant.
Move to continue, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to continue this case to February with a letter to go to the complainant inviting him to provide more information or to meet with the investigators, and if he doesn't, that his complaint would be dismissed at the February meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It passes. So do I get credit for multitasking to not only chairing meetings, but also to creating stationery?
Yes, yes, credit.
You're correct.
We'll double your salary.
I just gave you public credit, yes.
Well,
I'm
thank you.
very pleased with it.
Next.
Tab 23, SCV case 2021-175.
Can you summarize that for us, Scott?
Yes. Oh, sorry, the wrong tab. The complainant observed Kenton Fleming take out his cell phone while he was inside the enclosed space. It appeared to them he was taking a photograph of his ballot. They were not able to confirm that Mr. Fleming took a photograph. Kenton Fleming chose not to answer questions related to the investigation during our telephone interview.
In this case, I believe that the facts strongly indicate that the voter took photographs not only of the ballot but also of the equipment. I do not recommend referring this to the Attorney General's office, but I do believe that a letter of instruction is advisable, sent directly from the board to the voter, advising him that this activity is prohibited by state law and it cannot be conducted in a polling place. While I understand that the evidence is not sufficient for referral to the AG's office, it's strongly indicative of a voter ignoring instructions directly from the poll manager and the poll worker. And that's, I think, a letter of instruction is sufficient to ensure that the voter is aware of his responsibilities and behavior. So I move to send a letter of instruction to the voter in this case.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to send a letter of instruction to this complainant along the lines outlined by Ms. Gazelle. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes. A letter of instruction will be sent.
One last case,
It's all right.
and with my apologies.
There's no reason to apologize. This is our job.
Tab 26, SCB 2022-002, City of Nicholas.
And can you summarize that for us, Ms. Goff?
It was reported that there were incidents of non-resident voting with a fake address, and allegations that the elected mayor didn't reside within the city limits. The complaint also includes an allegation that there were early votes placed by people outside the city. The complaint alleges that one candidate paid for coffee for an elector if they came with his or her voting sticker and took a photo with him. They could then take their voting sticker to a local coffee shop and would receive a free cup of coffee or a snow cone.
All right, Ms. Gazelle?
We are privy to the investigation files that are not public, and it became clear to me when I was reading the files here that the allegations were not made in good faith. And I say that because there was a specific allegation that a street address was a fraudulent address being used by multiple people residing there. When the investigator went, he discovered not only was there an apartment building at this specific address, but one of the complainants had previously lived at that address. So the complainant said it was a fraudulent address, knowing that that was not true. So I wanted to point out that I wanted to discuss this a little bit more openly, because there are no repercussions right now for complainants that are made in bad faith, knowing that the information that they are complaining to is false, and they are in fact alleging that voters have conducted illegal activity when they have not. If they put that in writing, that is potentially libelous. And I just, this case made me upset, and I wanted to bring it out to discuss it, because it is a very serious thing to allege that a voter has committed fraud. And when those allegations are not done in good faith, when they are done for some other purpose to undermine the outcome of an election, I believe that there should be repercussions. And so I wanted to discuss it in this session.
Anybody else have a comment along those lines?
Unfortunately, we've seen a pattern of this. This is not the first time that we've seen something like this. We've seen other situations in which complaints have been made, and upon investigation, the voter acted totally appropriately. And it showed either a willingness on behalf of the complainant to file a false complaint, or a failure of their part to do any kind of minimal investigation before filing a complaint. I believe there's even a lawsuit as a result of one of those. I don't know what the answer is in terms of, on one side we want people who see something that is questionable to alert the Secretary of State's office to do an investigation. And on the other side, we don't want to see a chilling effect take place, either against a particular voter or attempt to question the validity of an election. I think it merits further investigation in terms of what other states do. I'm sure other states have faced similar issues. Georgia I don't believe has any such law that deals with complaints that are filed in bad faith. But I do think something needs to be done because we are seeing a pattern of conduct taking place. And I share in your concerns. I'm not sure what the answer is, though, to be candid. But I do think it probably merits us taking a look, perhaps before the next meeting in February, to see what kind of recommendations we would make to the General Assembly while it's still in session.
Any other comments?
That said, Mr. Chairman, I do move to dismiss.
Well, let me make my comment before we move to the motion. I think we have two responsibilities. One is to look at claimed substantive violations of the law or rules and to hold people accountable when that happens, which is generally what we do. But I share the concern that there are actually two types of people that file complaints which corrupt the system itself. And those are people who make statements, and I think there's a statement in our complaint, if you file a complaint online, which we are going to require in the future, that you make it under penalty of perjury, although we don't make them swear. So the question is whether or not that's perjurious. And then there are a number of people that just file complaints without a scintilla of information that shows that there's anything even to investigate. And both of those are unfair to the people, and it's not just for the people that are accused to have to go through this process, including coming down here to see whether or not as a respondent they're going to be sanctioned or their case is really going to be dismissed. As you notice, the only way a case can be dismissed is by us. It's a recommendation that comes from the investigator, but so even if they see that they're on the lesser category, it doesn't mean that that's going to happen. So what would I do? I would come down and see if I have to defend myself. You know, at least under federal law, if you file a writing or make a statement to a law enforcement investigator, that can be a false official statement for which there's a criminal consequence. I don't know, Charlene, whether there's anything, if somebody files a complaint with a state agency and that complaint is untrue, whether maybe that's something that we can look at to see what a remedy might be for somebody who does that. Okay, so I wholly endorse that we begin looking at people to maintain the integrity of the complaint-making process and to protect the reputations of people who are unjustly accused of something, requiring them to go through this process, which regrettably takes longer than it should, so that they live under the cloud of that until it's disposed of. So I think that we ought to put that as an item for the next agenda in February, and that we, with Ms. McGowan's assistance, to see what the alternatives are available to us to hold somebody responsible. Until then, I'm inclined to send a letter by the board to these particular complainants. I'll have to go through and work with Ms. Koth to see where it is that somebody made something that was specific enough to have been false or allegedly false, and just say that the responsibility in filing a complaint is to be truthful, that they told us when they filed it that they were truthful, but there are facts that are apparently in direct contradiction, which would show that they may not be truthful, and at least tell them that they have to be careful, but that we elect not to take any specific action at this time. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
So do we need to dispose of that by motion?
I think the dismissal, we still need
We
to
would
dismiss
need to
it.
do that, right. And you've made the motion,
Yes,
correct?
Mr.
Has it been
Chairman.
seconded? Any discussion? All those in favor of dismissing case number 2022-009 002, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It carries, and it is dismissed.
I have one, Mr. Chairman.
So you're done? Okay. Well, let me say this, Ms. Gazelle, I think in a short period of time, we've begun to see patterns in the things where we see things that aren't necessarily violations, but I think it's our responsibility to do what you did today, and I thank you for doing that, which is to begin looking at the system as a whole and trying to improve it, not necessarily by acting on a specific complaint. And I appreciate that very much. And, you will do more of that in 2023. Mr. Lindsay.
My understanding is that it was 183. Was that it? Mr. Chairman, I would like for us to individually take up case number 2021-183. I think it's tab 24, to give the folks who received a letter, giving them an opportunity to come and speak, get an opportunity to come and speak, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I would ask that we do so.
So let's have a summary first.
This complaint came in on 12/9/2021. We received a complaint from Tommy Smith. The complainant stated that the campaigning obstruction took place during the November 30th, 2021 runoff election in Forest Park, Georgia. The allegation is about the sign, the 150-foot rule being violated, and then a sign of his that had been covered up by the Mayor Angeline Butler.
All right, first, any comments from the board on this one? I made a note that it looked to me that while maybe not a specifically egregious case, that there probably was a basis to proceed with it. The question is how we should proceed with it, because, I think sometimes we don't give enough credit to the reporting people, and we say, well, you brought that to our attention, but we always need corroborating evidence, or that somehow the evidence of the complainant themselves is not sufficient. Where somebody complains and gives specific information about conduct, I think we ought to at least, rather than saying, well, we don't have enough and we're going to dismiss it, I think the trend that I see here that we're taking is that there has to be better communication by us to them, that there are concerns that we have as a result of what we've seen. We're not going to refer to the AG's office, but we are going to bring to their attention that what they did was should not ever happen again, and if it does, then we will be cognizant that there's a previous violation. So before I make a motion, I'll wait to hear from anybody else who wants to speak.
Like I said, Mr. Chairman, I believe that this was the case that our friends
I just
out
want to make
here.
sure. Yeah. All right, you may speak.
On this election, I have a witness. She was with me for every bit of it. We went and put our signs up outside the 150-foot boundary on the night prior. And when we got there at 6:30 the next morning, Ms. Butler had completely covered my signs up and kept going past the 150 mark. We complained about it, and the superintendent just come over and took the sign from one side of the street to the other side of the street. I don't know where everybody went to school, but 150 feet is 150 feet. It doesn't change. And of course, there was a confrontation. The police department called, and there was a report made. And this continues to happen in Forest Park over and over and over, and nothing's ever done. And you're going to wind up with the same thing happening over and over if something's not done. I would like to call my witness, Ms. Dr. Lawanda Falami. She was there every bit of the way.
Good morning. I'm in the morning time, Chair. I don't know if protocol is going to allow this, but of course, I was on this journey throughout. I started out in the beginning, however, my choice and what we stand for in the city of Forest Park was way beyond what we saw on this particular morning. As the plaintiff said, we got out there early that day. And then we returned that following morning to see that Ms. Butler had placed all her material and her team in front of Mr. Smith, I guess you say campaign signs. So to get a track record of this, I called the PD for that city, which is Forest Park, to come out. And if you look in your report, you also should see pictures of the behavior that took place from an incumbent at that present time. And what that sent was a bad message when it comes to election. We always dealing with poll, distant, 150, as Mr. Smith said, 150 is just 150. But if you brought something to the attention of that superintendent-elect, instead of marketing correctly, they lifted up the sign and moved it completely. I have never seen anything like this in my life. And I'm here today to plead with you that at least send this message back to Clayton County, the city of Forest Park, that this is just unacceptable. The burden of proof is there. The pictures should be in the file. We made sure that everything will prove what we are standing here today. We used the change of command to call our local public service to come out, take a report. But when we get back to the city, I can promise you, and I hate to promise something, we'll be back here 2023. I can guarantee some of you are back to you all. I just want to enlighten you just speedily what is going on. And we are here every other year for something of another. Somewhere we have to stop. This is where the buck stops. Coming here to say that we feel that our election is not being ran correctly, fair. As the constituents, we have that right. Yes, we do have our city attorney here, but at the end of the day, we the taxpayers. And we're not always wrong because we pay your taxes to pay you. But we come out and be the victim at the end when we are the constituents that trying to regulate the right policy. The law is the law. And if you abide by the law, this should never come up where another candidate should have a incumbent place signs in front of, here's a move it. So I yield back unless my colleague here have something to add. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. And you are who?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Michael Williams. I'm the city attorney. I'm here representing the city clerk in her capacity as the election superintendent. I'm certainly not here to speak to any of the election exuberance or any of the behavior that the campaigns have between each other. I'm here to speak to the facts that were investigated by your investigator. The fundamental issue at stake was whether or not the 150-foot rule was violated. Your investigator went out into the site and determined that that allegation is untrue. It's as simple as that. So we would just humbly urge you to follow the recommendation of your investigator who was on site, who investigated, who interviewed all the witnesses, and determined that the allegation at heart was untrue.
But wasn't there, didn't I hear that what happened was that somebody had moved the sign from one location to another location?
And that was determined to be untrue by the investigator.
What's the number of this again?
182, I think.
The tab.
Tab 24, claim number 2021-184.
You may be seated.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The struggle that I'm having here is trying to figure out, under the election law, what was violated. And you know, I've been through 6 different elections myself, and campaign signs are always a contentious issue in terms of what takes place. But I'm trying to figure out, you know, our jurisdiction lies with, you know, making sure that the poll workers and the county election folks and the candidates themselves at times operate within the election law. And I'm trying to figure out, you know, and I understand the frustration that you have. You know, you put up signs the night before the election and somebody else comes along, you know, and either takes them down or puts their sign directly in front of yours. It's a frustrating situation, but I'm not sure where, and I'm still struggling to see where underneath the election law, which is our narrow jurisdiction, we don't have broad jurisdiction, as opposed to, for instance, somebody committing criminal trespass or someone doing one of those other things with your signs. I'm just trying to figure out where underneath our narrow jurisdiction we have jurisdiction. That's my struggle. Not that I'm approving of anybody else's conduct. And so I guess I need to know what specifically you feel the poll manager or the election official in that did. That's my narrow concern here, that I think. If you can understand where I'm coming from.
The election superintendent was also the city clerk, which also is a conflict of interest because she works for the city and she's superintendent of a city election. There's an ethics violation here, I'm sure. Along with what they did with me.
If I could interrupt, I appreciate you being here and I appreciate everybody, but I have very specific questions with very specific answers. And that is, did anybody from the complainant side, is anybody from the complainant side saying that the sign creating the 150-foot buffer was not 150 feet? Was it 150 feet or was it not? Or do you know?
I don't know. It was, we went behind the 150-foot sign when we put my banners up the night before. We complained to the superintendent about the people going past the 150-foot mark campaigning. She come out there and moved the sign from one side of the street to the other side of the street.
But if you don't know where 150 feet is, you don't know whether the sign is inside 150 feet or outside 150 feet, correct?
That's correct. All she did was said she had a buffer. Well, I don't know where that buffer's at. Is it 150 feet across the street or is it across this street? Nobody said.
If I may, I think I could shine a little more light.
Look, this is not an evidentiary hearing. I mean, we sent an investigator out to do this and to get the information based upon the complaint. We can't change the facts that the investigator found and made their recommendation by having an evidentiary hearing, which is inconsistent or in addition to the information that was submitted to us to make a decision. And if there's no evidence that of what the 150 feet was, it may be the only place to put a sign was 150 feet from the polling place where the signs were actually put. It's not like they were taken away and thrown away. They were just put to a different location. But what I agree with Mr. Mashburn, which is, what evidence is there that that the sign was moved for the purpose of making sure that you met your obligation to be outside the 150 feet, and absent you having gone out with a tape measure to say we're clearly outside the 150 feet mark?
Well, she had a sign that said 150 foot, no campaigning. We stayed inside of that, or outside of that. And then when we complained about the other candidates going past that 150-foot mark, she came out there and just moved it from one side of the street to the other side of the street and said she had a buffer. Well, I don't know, if that's 150 feet over here, I don't know where your buffer's at. She specifically moved that no campaigning sign from one side of the street to the other side of the street. Just no tape measure, no nothing, and just said she had a buffer. I don't know
And
where
did she
that
take
buffer's
down your signs, or she leave them? Did
Sir?
she take down your signs?
She did not take down my sign. She moved the no campaigning sign from one side of the street to the other side of the street. So 150.
Well, how are you aggrieved by that? If your signs were where you wanted them,
My signs were there, but the mayor at that time was a candidate, came that morning and completely put her tent over my signs, completely covered them up, impeded my campaign completely. There was no possible way you could see any of my stuff. They
but
come
everybody
out
was outside the 150 feet, correct?
And then she went, and then after that, she started campaigning inside the 150-foot mark. That's when the superintendent come moved it.
But the campaigning within the 150 feet mark, I don't think is part of your complaint.
The complaint was the way the ethics violation that she did by covering up, impeding my campaign. The
Well, first of all,
superintendent.
look, the rule is, now that I know this more clearly, you can't campaign within 150 feet.
That's correct.
You put your signs outside 150 feet.
To
Right.
begin with, that's correct.
Then she put her signs so your signs couldn't be seen, but she was also outside the 150 feet.
That's correct.
So
And then-
everybody complied with the 150-foot rule. What you're complaining about is that she was mean-spirited and hid your signs.
That's correct. And then when we.
And so tell me what that's a violation of. What does that violate? What rule or statute does that violate?
Well, I talked to one campaign person that's here in Fulton County, said it was an ethics violation, but.
Well,
the
we're not an
superintendent
ethics,
moved
we're
it.
not an ethics commission. We are the board that has defined authorities.
I agree.
And what I hear you saying is basically you're concerned about her unethical behavior, right?
Well, that and the superintendent moving the 150-foot mark during the
But that didn't
campaign.
impact you, did it? I mean, if that was 150 feet, and even though it was in a different location, your signs that you wanted to be put up were put up in the place where you wanted them.
That's correct.
And in fact, once you put up a new marker, you could have put another set of signs over outside the new boundary. But you didn't do that, did you?
I couldn't do that because the street's impeding that.
You mean because it was in the middle of the street?
What it is, there's a vacant lot here, and the 150-foot mark was here, and she come out here and moved it across the street to the city board building, so the street was impeding that 150-foot mark.
So
I don't know.
did anybody have, well, the fact that there's a street, I don't think, if they put a marker, even though there might be a street between the place where the marker is and where the polling place is, I don't think that that means that you can't designate 150 feet across a street. Did anybody put campaign signs at the new boundary marker?
No.
So we're back to your complaint, which is that somebody who was not very nice hid your signs with their signs.
Yes.
And that, in your mind, is an ethical violation.
At least that.
Well,
But
I mean, there's,
still, the thing about it is if you mark 150 feet off, it doesn't change. When you start complaining about somebody going past 150-foot mark, and you just come out there and move that 150-foot mark, well, where's the 150-foot mark? Is it here or is it here?
it's 150 feet around the whole polling place.
That's correct. So she's telling me that it changed during the campaign.
But they didn't take down your signs, sir. I mean, your signs were still there. Your complaint is that somebody hid your signs with their signs, right?
That and evidently they don't know how to read the tape measure, because my complaint is, part of it is, how does 150 feet change? I mean, if you marked off 150 feet the night before, and then we complain people are going past it, and you come and move that 150-foot mark 10 feet in, then it's not 150 feet anymore. It's 140.
Well, Humphrey, can you help me?
That's how we feel.
Right. What's that?
It's measured from the exterior of the building.
Back to,
That's right.
we have very limited jurisdiction. said, if someone is messing with your sons, that's possible theft, possible trespass, that sort of thing. Although both of them are sitting on public property, so I'm not sure.
You can do that.
And the fact of the matter is, and this is from a former elected official, I've seen situations where people put a sign up, their opponent puts two signs on both sides of them, and then that person goes back and puts two signs on the outside. It's a frustrating game that takes place for people trying to win a serious office. The problem comes in here where I just haven't seen where within our narrow jurisdiction. I'm not saying what was done to you in Hawaii. I'm simply saying with this board within our narrow jurisdiction, I just can't see where anything that we have power over, we could do anything. I mean, I just want to make sure you understand. It's frustrating. You're going to be frustrated. So I'm afraid that probably is the only answer that we have right now.
Anybody else? All right. Is there a motion on this?
I'll make the motion that I appreciate the complainant's concerns, but the burden of proof as to where the 150-foot sign was placed has not been met by the complainant's side. And so without, the first fact that we got to know in a 150-foot case is where's 150 feet? And the complainant said he didn't know whether the sign was marked at 150 feet or not. So if the complainant can't establish the 150-foot marker, then we have no basis to go forward on a 150-foot case. So I move that it be dismissed.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The case is dismissed. Does anybody else want to discuss any of these cases specifically? What tab number, please? Okay, tab number 8, which is case 3. All right, which is case 2020-225. Okay?
On 11/5/2020, the Georgia Office of the Secretary of State Investigations Division received several complaints regarding public viewing, the receiving of absentee ballots, and public notification of the 2020 primary election audit of votes in Henry County. The complaints are as follows. 1, John P. Herring, complaint regarding public viewing, chain of custody for ballots, and after-hour voting. 2, Peter Christian reported complaints of public viewing. So did Dylan Kalos, Karis Ripple, and then number 5 is Jennifer Campbell, reported receiving 4 absentee ballots. 6, Bob Jessup reported he was not notified regarding the Henry County November 2nd, 2020 general election audit.
All right, Dr. Johnson.
So my question is, were the complainants contacted?
We asked Ms. Koth.
It doesn't specifically say, but I would double check on that, but he's very thorough.
And were the election workers contacted to respond regarding their views on public viewing?
I'm sorry, what was that question?
So was the election department contacted to ask about its policy on public viewing?
The report doesn't specify that.
And I was unclear how House Bill 267 applied to this complaint.
What is House Bill 267?
House Bill 267 relates to applications for absentee ballots, determination of eligibility, furnishing of applications to colleges and universities.
Anything else on this? Any other board members have a comment about complaint?
I just questioned, since there were 4 complaints that that may be an attempt to contact these complainants. I could not see where that had been addressed.
I'm reviewing this. I do have one question. One of the complaints suggested that a voter, Jay Campbell, received 4 ballots. Was that substantiated?
It says the ballots she received were all postmarked on December 20th, 2020. That she couldn't recall if she requested an absentee ballot.
That suggests to me that she did in fact receive 4 separate ballots. So if that is the case, I move that we continue this case to look into that further and to find out exactly how that happened, and to give the county an opportunity to respond.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded that we defer to our February meeting, complaint 2020-225. Is there any further discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It carries. Next.
Case number 288, tab 4.
Scott, can you summarize that for us?
On December 30th, 2020, Greene County Election Supervisor Kathleen Mayers reported that voter Taylor Williams voted in person on December 28th, 2020 during early voting. Williams had been issued an absentee ballot by mail and canceled the ballot when voting in person. On December 29th, 2020, he voted absentee ballot. The voted absentee ballot was received via mail. According to the cancel affidavit, Williams indicated that they had never received the ballot.
So the question here is, what is a voter to do if the ballot is is sent and not received or accepted by late in the early voting period. And the wording of educating poll workers that they need to specifically ask and note whether the ballot was received by the ballot received by the voter or received by the election office, and by whom. These are rather confusing scenarios, and it highlights the vulnerability of the Friday to Tuesday before the election. So the end of early voting till election day on Tuesday, the cross-up of mail delivery and issues of ballots placed in drop boxes and ballots not received, and the dilemma of whether a voter who doesn't have credit or has not seen credit for their vote, whether they risk a vote in person, hoping that their ballot will be canceled, or a violation of law by double voting, or taking the risk that their vote just won't count if the ballot is permanently lost in the mail. So to me, it's just that sort of mind the gap warning for voters as far as putting the ballot in the mail versus voting in person. And once it's in the mail, it's sort of a point of no return in many situations. I recommend that the case be dismissed, but I just wanted to highlight the issue of voting by mail, early voting, recording of votes, and the dilemma if you don't think your vote has been received.
Is there a second to the motion to dismiss?
Second.
It's been moved and dismissed that case number 2020-288 be dismissed. Is there any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor of dismissing this complaint say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next.
Case number 101,
What tab is that?
tab 5.
This is Morgan County poll issues.
Morgan County poll issues.
The complaint alleges that there were issues regarding poll workers not following proper procedures in Precinct 6, Centennial Baptist Church. They provided 3 issues that they believed disenfranchised voters. The first one, the precinct poll manager prevented effective public observation when the poll manager resisted attempts from the NAACP representative who was attempting to obtain the numbers of voters at that precinct. They advised that they heard about other poll watchers getting similar treatment and noted that the poll manager had a negative attitude with voters. 2, voters were not allowed to scan their ballots into the machine due to an issue with voter access cards, so they had to use emergency paper ballots. Due to this, if a voter who accidentally marked multiple candidates on a singular race would not be alerted to the error and could not correct it. They also noted that at least one voter's vote did not count due to this. They advised that they observed the poll manager later opened the secure ballot box and scanned the paper ballots while on site. 3rd, in the West Morgan precinct, while the cards were not working, some voters voted on the BMDs when the poll manager used her supervisor card and manually entered the ballot style. They advised that approximately 36 voters were then given the wrong ballot because of this.
So in regards to the allegations about poll watchers, OCGA 21-2-408 says that poll watchers may be permitted behind the enclosed space for the purpose of observing the conduct of the election and counting and recording of votes. So I don't. So the point is, poll watchers go through training, and should be instructed on proper procedure, but they are entitled to be within the enclosed space and look at the counts on the machines that include poll pad check-in numbers and BMD total numbers and scanner numbers, while not interfering with voters, the view of voters' ballots, or seeing personal information, identifying information. I just wanted that to be clear, and maybe a letter of instruction to this election office would be in order. The other question is the duplicating, allegation number 3, the duplication of ballots. In the investigation, was the duplication witnessed, or was a bipartisan vote review panel utilized for the duplication of these ballots?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
In allegation number 3 about duplicating ballots,
It said that 22 to 25 voter ballots to be the wrong style, so they could not be accepted to the ballot scanner. This error was discovered, and at the direction of the Secretary of State's office, the precinct converted those ballots to the correct style and were able to successfully scan them. The election supervisor provided the poll workers with the correct activation code, which fixed the error.
so
They had the wrong activation code in the beginning.
my question would be, were the poll workers that were duplicating the ballots, was that witnessed?
I just wanted to note that this was the 2020 election, so this was conducted prior to the passage of Senate Bill 202, in which case duplication panels under the pre-existing law were merely conducted by the county itself. So there was no requirement at that point that it be conducted with external monitors. That has changed, and that is necessary under current law, but under the law that was in place when this took place, there was no requirement for party monitors for that activity.
Thank you. So I would request a letter of instruction to Morgan County Election Department regarding the poll watcher activity and citing 21-2-408.
Well, what's the evidence that they weren't allowed to do that? I mean, when somebody says that they weren't allowed to watch, watch what? And so what do I tell them if I were to write such a letter? Since there's no factual basis other than the fact that they objected to the viewing, and they thought that one person had a negative attitude.
The investigator spoke to the elections director and asked her about there are issues between poll managers and the poll watchers, and she said that the one poll watcher had so many questions for poll workers that she began to interfere with the work they were performing. And then a board member spoke with the poll watcher to let her know that she was interfering with the election. So for the findings of allegation 1, it said the poll workers not providing the poll watcher with voter numbers did not prevent the poll watcher from effectively observing the election.
And I seem to read that this poll watcher this person we've been referring to as a poll watcher was from an outside group and not a credentialed poll watcher. Am I right in that? I understood it to be a representative of a group, but not a credentialed poll watcher.
That's what my understanding was.
And so they shouldn't, if they're not a credentialed poll watcher, they should not be within the enclosed space. And so I'm not sure they're entitled to have those numbers to be able to look at. Although the number of people who have voted is something that I frequently get, whether I'm credentialed or not. And it's an important public number, but I don't think if this wasn't a credentialed person, that their rights were violated as a non-credentialed third-party representative.
That's a good point. Were these credentialed poll watchers?
No, they should have been like an observer. They use that term.
Okay. So
They
these were
should have said
observers.
observer, yes.
All right. Never mind. Then I would move we dismiss this case.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that case number 2021-101 be, let me make sure this is the right one, be dismissed. Is there any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor of dismissing the case, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next.
Okay. Case 118, tab 6.
This is multi-state voter registration. The complainant reported voters have been registered to vote for years in Georgia who registered in 2020 in New York but still voted in Georgia.
Comments?
Comments. So these are 22 cases of people that are registered to vote in 2 states. In particular, registered in Georgia and New York. And 5 of these cases indicate that the voter voted in New York and then subsequently voted in Georgia, which is seems to me a violation of Georgia law. Once you vote in another state, you're canceled, your residency is canceled in Georgia. So out of these 22 cases, it seems to me that there's a violation of 21-2-217. And so I would like these to be investigated further. In order to register in New York, the applicant has one of the requisites for registering in New York is to not claim the right to vote elsewhere. So when a person is already registered in Georgia and then registers to vote in New York, they're claiming that they don't have the right to vote anywhere else. And it actually asks that on the New York voter registration form. But once a person votes in another state, their residency status in Georgia is canceled and they are no longer an eligible voter. But these 5 individuals voted in Georgia by absentee after they had previously voted in New York.
In reference to Dr. Johnson's point, they vote in New York. Whether they were registered in Georgia at once, I'm guessing, at one point were voters in Georgia, then went to New York, registered in New York, voted in New York. Did they come back to Georgia and register in Georgia again? Or was it simply, did they try to utilize their old registration in Georgia to vote in Georgia? Am I making my question clear?
Yeah, that's not clear.
I want to know whether or not they then came back to Georgia, moved back to Georgia and registered again in Georgia or not. That's my question.
Well, my motion is that we remove this from the agenda and consider it in February because it does need more investigation. To summarize, what this is, while I'll just take one example, that Mr. Zeb registered to vote in Georgia in 2019 and last voted as absentee on November 3rd of 2020, but the month before that he registered to vote in New York. And the question that we've always had in these cases is when does their residency change? It's not necessarily what you claim in New York, but it's unclear to me that somebody who registers in New York and then does an absentee ballot in November, have they really, where are they a resident and where are they allowed to vote there because they're registered now in two states?
Yeah, well, and my understanding of the law, where's my Attorney General?
She's hiding over here.
My understanding of the law is that once you register in another state, your registration in this state is supposed to be wiped out. Isn't that, you can't be registered in two different states.
Well, the question is, it needs more.
Let me put it this way. I was a complainant in a case, so I have a particular knowledge of this. What the board has traditionally done is if you were registered and voted in another state, and then came to Georgia and registered in Georgia, but you still had that lingering registration that you just didn't cancel, the board has not found a violation there.
Oh, I understand that.
And deemed you a Georgia voter. Even though you should not be registered in two places. To me, these are different because they're longtime in Georgia and they're doing both. They're doing both at the same time.
That's my point.
So it's very different than the ones we've dismissed in the past.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
That's
correct.
For that reason, and I guess maybe a little bit more investigation, I do agree that let's continue this and have a little more investigation because.
Well, the fact of the matter is you cannot be a resident of two states.
Correct.
That's correct.
It's mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
And when you sign a voter registration application, you're attesting.
I agree.
You're giving oath that you're giving truthful information.
Well, that's in
I
New
agree.
York.
As
but-
And that you're a resident of the state that you're applying to vote in.
But under the law, under the statute, that's one indication of what your residence is. So the fact is that we can't conclude whether or not these are or not where they are residents. We need to defer it for more investigation.
Yeah.
And we'll have to identify the ones that are really suspect. It's not all of them are suspect, and ask the investigation to focus on those. So my motion is to defer this until February.
For further investigation.
So, yeah, some of these cases, the voter actually voted in November in one state and January in the other state, which needs to be investigated.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to defer case number 2021-118 to February. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It carries. Any others?
The next case, we have 7.
Houston County excess voting. It is reported that Brooke Taylor Walsh, under the name Brooke Taylor Cunningham voted in the states of Georgia and Florida respectively. Ms. Walsh possesses both a Florida and Georgia driver's license, and it appears as though she voted in the November presidential election under the name Brooke T. Cunningham in Florida. Ms. Walsh did vote in Houston County, Georgia for the January Senate runoff election, but she did so under the name Brooke Walsh.
Second person, two different names, I believe. And it's the same issue, that she voted in Florida, which should have disqualified her from residency in Georgia and not be eligible to vote in Georgia.
Well, I don't think it per se disqualifies her. The concern I have here is that she voted in 2 states. It seems to be the real problem, to me.
Well, it gets back to my question earlier, which is, Mr. Chairman, you know, after she voted in Florida in November, remember this was a 9-week runoff in which the registration period was opened back up. Did she move back to Georgia after that?
That's a good point.
And then register in Georgia or not? Because if she did, then that would have been perfectly valid. But I can't see that from this record.
At the time of this election, could you register for just the runoff or not?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. Because of the lengthy time period between the general and the runoff.
So what's your solution to this one?
I want to know, did she come back and move back to Georgia and register in Georgia?
So you want to defer this to February?
Yeah, I do.
Is there a second?
Second.
That was a motion, I assume.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
It's been moved and seconded that 2021-120 be deferred to February. Is there any further discussion? There isn't. All those in favor of deferral say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It carries. How many more do you have, Dr. Johnson? Because it's noon.
I have one more.
Okay.
Case 167, tab 20.
Lumber City absentee ballot fraud. The complainant, Nikki Stegall, reports Alice Strong and Barbara Quinn filled out Pete Clark's ballot and they did not sign as assisting. Mr. Stegall further alleged Alice Strong and Barbara Quinn took ballots to the poll of voters that they were not related to. He's here if you have any questions.
So,
What's the issue on this one, Dr. Johnson, that you have?
So I have questions about the assisted voters and Ms. Strong and Ms. Quinn.
And what, specifically what?
Okay, in reference to Ms. Strong and Ms. Quinn, there was a complaint that they were assisting voters with their mail-out ballots, but during my investigation, they only assisted voters at the poll during advance voting and/or on election day. There was none where they assisted anyone with a mail-out ballot. Also, Mr. Stegall, Peter Clark is his father, and he was under the impression that Barbara Quinn and/or Alice Strong assisted him with his mail-out ballot at his home, but that turned out not to be accurate. Mr. Clark actually went down to the precinct and voted in person, and Alice Strong did assist him because he does have a disability. And all the other, they signed assisting all the voters at the poll. I was able to verify that also.
And they did sign.
Yes, ma'am. All the ones I found, they did sign as assisting.
Okay. my question. I'd recommend we dismiss that. case.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved and seconded to dismiss complaint 2021-167. Is there any further discussion? There not being any, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Or does anybody else have any others?
No, Mr.
Which one? I don't know yet. So there are no other proposed to be dismissed or recommended for dismissal cases to discuss. Is there a motion to dismiss the cases which had not been dismissed previously? Second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to dismiss all the cases that are proposed and listed under cases recommended to be dismissed, other than those that have been already dismissed.
Or otherwise handled.
Or otherwise handled.
What's otherwise?
Some we sent back for continuances, and some we sent back for more
Okay,
information.
and otherwise handled. So let me start again. There's a motion to move to dismiss all of the cases under cases recommended to be dismissed, other than those that have already been dismissed, and other than those for which we have deferred to the February meeting. Any discussion on that revised motion?
Or take another action. We had one in which we dismissed, but with instructions to you to send the letter.
Okay, I promise to send the letter. Any further discussion? No. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The motion carries. All right, it is 12 o'clock. There's been a late request from an attorney from Sumter County, is it? You should always let me know this earlier if you have a conflict later.
I thought it would be a pastor. We can wait. Mr. Howard has a board meeting tonight, Saturday at 4:30, and I was figuring we thought it would be okay. We could
Right.
be first or after lunch, that would be better
Right.
for you.
And what's the board meeting that you have to attend?
He asked the board chair, please not to schedule their regularly scheduled board elections meeting today, because we knew we were really pushed for time. She did. We would like to be there to do it for the board.
I have a co-third meeting on, if we have a meeting, the Secretary of State, working on this audit, the preparation, and they want to act on the second. I have said that.
Okay, is there any objection to taking this out of order? All right, then we will now consider case number 2020-03 involving poll watchers at Sumter County. It's a case that's recommended for referral to the Attorney General's office. So let's first have a summary of the complaint. Can you do that, Ms. Scott?
This is 2020-003, Sumter County Poll Watchers. The complaint is Mr. Howard reported that individuals acting as poll watchers entered a polling location and went into an enclosed space and inspected Sumter County voting equipment. Sumter County Election Supervisor Randy Howard reported that members of the Constitutional Party of Georgia gained access and took pictures of election equipment the day prior to the March 3rd, 2020 special runoff election. The election equipment was located at the airport polling location, and an employee thought the group was with Sumter County Election Office and gave them access to the equipment. The employee was identified as Holly Lott, who said that she felt the females presented themselves as if they were there to check the equipment, and at the time, she thought they were there with a local elections office. Ms. Lott felt that the females misrepresented themselves in order to gain access to the equipment. Ms. Lott accompanied the females to the room where the election equipment was located and observed one take what appeared to be a selfie. Ms. Lott said the females never touched the equipment, and she and she reported the incident to Randy Howard. The room where the election equipment was locked, and only Miss Lott and her boss had keys. Miss Lott did not ask the females for identification. The election equipment was immediately checked by IT personnel, and everything was okay, and none of the seals had been broken. Mr. Howard misplaced the file containing the poll watchers' information and supporting documentation regarding the incident. Investigator Blanchard spoke with Angie Allison of the Constitutional Party of Georgia, who claimed they had no record of any poll watchers being in Sumter County during the March 3rd, 2020 special runoff election. The Sumter County election supervisor, Randy Howard, was unable to locate the file containing the poll watchers' information and supporting documentation pertaining to this complainant. So the potential violations: Sumter County Board of Election and Registration, Randy Howard, election supervisor. There's evidence to suggest that Sumter County Board of Election and Registration and Randy Howard violated OCGA 21-500, subsection A, delivery of voting materials, presentation to grand jury in certain cases, preservation and destruction of unused ballots, when Randy Howard failed to properly store the file containing poll watcher information and supporting documentation pertaining to this complaint. Mr. Howard ended up losing the file, and the poll watchers were unable to be identified. Sumter County Board of Election and Registration, Randy Howard, election supervisor, Holly Lott. There's evidence to suggest Sumter County Board of Election and Registration, Randy Howard, and Holly Lott violated SEB Rule 183-112.04, subsection 6, when Holly Lott failed to properly check identification before allowing 2 unidentified females to gain access to secure election equipment.
Okay. What is your number? 48.
Well, I'm Hayden Hooks, and I'm the Sumter County Attorney, and I appreciate y'all accommodating us so we can get back to Americus this evening. We don't disagree with the facts, but I would just submit to you that we don't believe that the facts match up with the rule or the statute that Ms. Lott and Mr. Howard are being cited for. And I guess I said we don't disagree with the facts, but we do to the extent that Mr. Howard lost any records. You'll note that this took place in March 2nd of 2020, and shortly thereafter, we all know we entered into lockdown. And I do not know, and it's not in the report, Mr. Howard went back through his emails and can't confirm when the investigator did come down to see him. So I'm not sure the amount of time that passed between the initial self-report that Mr. Howard made and when the investigator came. But I have here, and I know this isn't an evidentiary hearing, but we have emails from Mr. Howard to Mr. Harvey, who y'all know is the former elections chief, indicating who these ladies are. He has a copy of their business cards that were transmitted to them, and he also confirmed with Mr. Harvey, because he was confused. There was a little bit of a disagreement because these women said we are official poll watchers, and Mr. Howard had never received anyone registering on the local level. The emails show that they had sent the email to his predecessor, who had resigned in 2018. And then Mr. Harvey's office also confirmed, I don't know if it was Mr. Harvey or someone else, but that these were not statewide poll watchers. These individuals had not been credentialed by the state. And so to the extent Mr. Howard was supposed to maintain records of the official poll watchers, these individuals were not official poll watchers. But also the statute that is cited is the statute that Ms. Gazelle, I believe is how you say it, referenced earlier, talking about the duties of storing information, and that statute focuses on securing your returns. There's nothing in that statute that says anything about your poll watcher records. And then for Ms. Lott, she is cited with the failure to secure equipment statute. Ms. Lott is a employee of the airport, which is run by an independent authority. She's not a county employee. She's not an employee of the Board of Elections. And so I would submit to you that based on my reading of that rule, she doesn't fall within, I've heard y'all talk about in some of these other matters about your jurisdiction. She's not someone that's subject to your jurisdiction under that rule, I don't believe. And even still, the duty under that statute is that reasonable steps should be taken to secure the equipment, and I would submit that reasonable steps were taken. These machines were placed in a secure location. They were in the conference room at the airport, and only a few people had access to that room. But when individuals come and she had an official badge and misrepresent who they are, and people who aren't who aren't trained because they're just the employees of the places that we're getting for free because our budgets are so limited to use, that their guard is not as up as much as if, these people were actually later called at another polling place trying to do the same thing by someone who was an official poll worker who had been trained on the importance of security. But this is a third party who just hadn't gone through the training. And I heard y'all earlier today talking about the need to have elections take place at non-official facilities. Well, if you think of, if we're going to start citing these employees of these non-affiliated facilities who haven't been trained, it's going to make our lives harder to try and find those facilities if the word gets out. I mean, Mr. Howard and I have really, we thought we were going to, when this first came up in August and Mr. Germany accommodated my schedule and moved this to December for us, and we thought we were going to lose the airport as a November polling place because the airport officials were so upset about Ms. Lott getting dragged into this. And so I would just submit that, there's some unintended consequences from this incident that Mr. Howard self-reported. He was trying to do the right thing. He was reaching out to the Secretary of State's office for assistance. I believe the woman involved in this complaint is well known to the Secretary of State's office as kind of being a little bit of a troublemaker. And now we've spent our morning driving up here from Atlanta, and we just ask that you would consider maybe a letter of instruction or a dismissal, since the facts don't really add up to what has happened here. And if y'all want to look at the emails, you will see he actively participated in trying to get this information to the Secretary of State's office. And I'm not sure where the disconnect came from.
Well, let me respond to that. I would say that somebody who elects to hire a third party to keep secure information that's critical infrastructure for voting would have taken further steps to say, if we do this, let me tell you that you cannot let anybody in this building. And I'll give you personal instruction, rather than trying to excuse the failure to do that by saying that because they weren't a county worker, they weren't personally instructed.
Well, and I don't disagree with you, but I didn't want to go through the play-by-play, but I think Ms. Lott has the flu, and I think if she were here, she would tell you that their procedure, we have, we're a little small county, we don't have the resources that some of these larger counties have, and we're certainly understaffed on deputies. We couldn't have a deputy secure each of our 11, we just don't have enough deputies on each shift to have that be an option. But but say, Mr. Howard had talked to her. She knew she wasn't supposed to, but the procedure that the county has done for years is that the inmates at the Correctional Institute bring the machines, they get locked up, and then the poll workers come in and unlock them and get them ready before Election Day. And so the poll workers, it's any county attorney, any county official will tell you it's hard to find poll workers. It's not like they work 52 weeks out of the year like most people do. It's only a certain number of days, and so they change a lot. And so when someone comes in, you're doing your job, and someone comes in and says, hey, I'm a poll watcher and not a poll worker, I found myself using those words interchangeably in a call last week. And so, I hear you, and we did. It was just kind of people, they actually called them the next day trying to sneak in behind, to watch the elections after they'd been told not to. They were trying to come in the back door of the airport. And so we're focusing on the wrong people, I would argue, when there are people who are trying to trying to interfere with the elections. But Mr. Howard can answer your questions about the training if you'd like.
Well, this is, as I've said earlier, and I think you were here, that our function is to determine whether there's something that we ought to refer to the Attorney General's office. And I believe there is. When you say we're focusing on the wrong people, I'd say we're focusing on the right people, just maybe not all of them. So I'll hear from the other board members. But
well, I had placed a note in here that the real, if you'll forgive the term, the real villains of this case are the unidentified individuals who misrepresented themselves. And if you were telling me that you actually have the identity of those individuals, Would it be possible to somehow add that information to this record as it's referred to the Attorney General's office? And it could be that that would require yet another deferment to allow these individuals, if they are named, to come and represent themselves before the board before we take any action. But if we know who it was, if someone has the information on who these individuals were who misrepresented themselves, obtained unauthorized access and photographed equipment, I think that is really material to the case. I'm open as to what the proper next step.
Well, and I apologize that we came here. I've been reaching out to the Secretary of State's office, and they kind of told me that with the new change in the law, their hands are kind of bound on their ability once we get to this point to take it off the agenda and investigate it further, that I needed to come to y'all and present these arguments.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
But do you have the IDs of the two females in question or not?
I do.
Okay. But you don't need to come out. That's okay. I believe you. I believe you. I want to check the board's temperature on this, but I would like for your local DA to consider whether to file charges against those two if they truly misrepresented themselves to get into secured location. So I would like to invite your local DA to have a look at this, and whether we got to do that or they'll do it on their own, just see what the board thinks about that.
Do we also, Mr. Chairman, have the authority, doesn't the GBI have direct jurisdiction now?
They
These
do.
sort of things?
Well, here's what I think we should do. We can ask, I think we should vote on whether or not this gets referred to the Attorney General's office. Ask the Attorney General's office to withhold on processing the case. We'll get those names. I think it's incumbent upon us to provide some investigation ourselves
Yes.
of these people before we refer to an investigative agency, including a DA who's going to say, well, I don't have anything here, therefore I'm not going to pursue it. Whereas if we give them the information that allows them to make an assessment and determine whether or not you ought to go ahead and allocate prosecutorial investigative resources, it's more likely something would be done.
Mr. Howard.
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank you and the board for allowing us to come here today to speak for you for a second. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
My name is Randy Howard. I'm supervisor of Sumter County Elections. On the day in question is we had a runoff March the 3rd, and with Senator Cardin's office. I had 5 precincts to set up. We were setting those up. What we use is our work details, inmates, that is, the state inmates from out of the County Correctional Institute. And I pulled up in Andersonville, and I realized my correctional officer was having an issue with some folks. And I confronted them, and they were throwing paper up, and they had the right to do this, and they had the right to do that. And it was intimidating the officers and the inmates sitting all around. I said, you're not going into the precinct while they set up, you're not going to be around the inmates. And once we get things set up, you come in and you had the proper credentials, then we may, I'll work with you. But otherwise, you're not going in there now until we get the inmates leave and we get everything set up. And the issue was they was hollering and fussing at the yard. So I told them the best thing they need to go on. But at that time too, that's when Larry Chitwood, who's one of our supervisors, was going behind Chet and make sure everything was set up, come back and tell me that some ladies had been at the airport and conned themselves into that. And so I got to talking, I realized who it was Marilyn Marks, who was a Constitution Party, who actually had me in court at the time, suing me, and we, under Judge Rucker Smith, we meet the first part, and the judge was considering dismissing the second part. So I knew that I had a conflict and I could not get involved. So I called Chris Harvey, who was the election official at the time. He told me, call me anytime. I had a cell number. I said, I got a problem down here. And he told me, I explained to him what I had, and he knew about the situation with the election, because they were involved with us too. So he said, I'll have an investigator come down there and work on it. We know who the ladies are. One is Maryland, and they have a group, and they split up when they come in the counties. They hit from Dooley County, Chris, all of these counties, just walked them in, try to intimidate people and get into it. As our procedure is, you uphold Washington. Most people locally, that, hey, Randy, I send me information, and you're going to be a poll watcher. I get an ID. I go with them out there. I write them a letter. The state poll watchers, which I don't think I had about 2 since I've been there since 2019, come in. I meet them out there. The poll managers won't let them in. I check their credentials. If they are, I introduce them. We show them around the place. I can answer any questions they want. You know, I try to be very open. It's our policy to have an honest election, also to have very transparent and not hide everything. It's my background. I was law enforcement 31 years, sheriff 24, also a county commissioner, also worked with Homeland Security for a while, and I just don't want my name tarnished. And I know it's wrong, but I do not have a case where I didn't investigate because Chris said that we would have an investigator come down there. I provide him names. Also that same day, the county commissioners, James Gaston, chairman, as well as Carson Walker, and I believe it was Phil Deese, talked to those ladies at the courthouse who came in. And it was Marilyn and the other, was the lady, one lady that did a lawsuit was different. So it's a group of them. And then there's another group that comes to traveled around. So what happened is I did not turn away any poll workers. If they were poll workers, I've been honest, been able to work with them. And I did get information later on from Chris when I got back. See, I'm a one person, I'm the only full-time person that is there. At that time, I had a part-time, but she was in the office. I use hourly people. The whole county works together on elections for security and setting up. But at the airport, this young lady here, she has worked with us. She has always been honest. You know, he has to keep the key because of, fire or whatever it is. And also, my poll workers come in. We put all our materials up on the doors and the walls the day before. So people go in and out of that, but they're elected officials. And this young lady just got conned with Marilyn. She's a sweet talker. She is well-dressed, clean, and she knows all about elections. And she'll run a scam and a con on like she did my commissioners prior to the lawsuit. But anyway, so we went there. But I don't understand what he's talking about ballots. All my ballots, even if there's any left over, they're blank. If they're emergency ballots, everything we have goes back into boxes. And they're heavy boxes, they got seals on them, they got stuff on front, well documented, and they are locked down, and they stay there until their statute of limitations. Well, I have not shredded the first ballot since I've been there. We know the statute of limitations is 2.5 years, or 2 years, but we have not shredded because we ain't had the time. So many elections we've had. So it has been a very serious, 2020 in March, I was not only doing the runoff, but also getting ready for the next election. Plus, I was closing down one Chandler's precinct because we didn't have enough room and setting up a new place to take early voting. So it was a very busy, and I ain't counting, and next thing I know, COVID pops in on us too. So it was a very hectic year, plus the presidential election and the cancellation of PPP. So every year, but I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you, I don't know of anything that I have destroyed, have been above board. I didn't go out and do a case file because I didn't know I needed to do a full-scale investigation. I would call the sheriff's office, who would probably refer me to the Secretary of State. But also at the same time, I thought they would come in and just be investigating them instead of investigating me because, like I said, I jumped them in Andersonville, and then when I found out the place, I just told them, well, you don't do this. So the board met with them that afternoon. And I don't know of any documents that I might have destroyed, and I don't know of any, said I should go before the grand jury. I'd be happy to go before the grand jury, tell them the facts. I think they would like to do, because I got a lot of witnesses that would be present, if I had to testify what did happen that day from the boards as well as the workers and everything else. So I just don't know where this investigation, how it got turned around, that I'm the perpetrator of the crime, whereas the person who created the issue from the beginning is walking out that fancy free. So I'm just not sure. And I'm open for any questions, and I'm open for any investigations because I don't have anything to hide. I just don't feel like I'm in a different world now with this stuff. And I do appreciate y'all allowing us to speak. I gotta get back for the board meeting as well, do the risk limitation, getting ready to set it up for tomorrow. And I thank you for your time and also letting us go ahead of time before you break. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, first, one of the problems, I guess, with citing a full statute is that the word grand jury is in there. Nobody's asking you to appear before a grand jury. It's limited to the two things that are set out in the investigative summary. Any other board members have input on this based upon the matters that are alleged?
Yeah, I just want to re-emphasize what Judge Duffy said previously, and then come in and add to Sarah's discussion earlier. And so the problem that I'm having, just to be very plain with y'all, the problem I'm having is you had this room that's supposed to be under lock and key, but you have to share it with the people whose room it is. And so they have to have a lock and key. But the problem there is that, in essence, makes them a deputy registrar because they're now in charge of election stuff. And so you can't say, well, it wasn't our fault because somebody who you don't control did something, when it's y'all's control that's supposed to be the control. And so, you know, by arguing that she didn't do anything wrong because we have no jurisdiction over them, that points the target back at you. So that's why the investigation is looking at y'all's, because it's y'all's equipment and it's y'all's duty.
And I don't disagree that there was a failure. I mean, obviously somebody got in that shouldn't have, but I guess I just also, I'm pleading with you about the practical realities of this. And in a small town with we have a lot of churches that aren't even handicapped accessible. I practiced in Atlanta for 5 years, and my precinct was the Cathedral of St. Philip. We don't have anything like that can. And so I hear you, but just think about the practical realities in small
The other thing I'd
towns.
like to add is for the counties that are listening to this, when I started doing this 30 years ago, I would be the only person those people had ever seen. You mean you come to watch our election? Yay! We do this all by ourselves. You know, nobody's ever come down here before. But we live in a different world now. And so you got to be more careful, and you can't take people at their word any longer. And it's sad that that's the case, but that's the case. So everybody needs to double down on their precautions, because you do have people, and you do have people that'll post selfies and say, look at what I just did in this county, they don't have the proper protections. And so, you know, there are people out there looking to embarrass you. And that's a sad fact, but there we are.
Mr. Chairman, I'm struggling with whether we would be better off, and this is a question, we would be better off with a letter of instruction to the county on what should be the proper procedures on handling this, and move on to the, for want of a better term, the bad guys who basically conned their way in and did something that they shouldn't do, and whether or not there should be a further investigation there. I'm just trying to, I do want to see it be clearly on the record that this can't happen again, and that, you know, these are the procedures and the responsibilities of the county to ensure that it doesn't happen again, you know, regardless of perhaps good intentions that may have been involved. Whether or not that issue can be disposed of, and then we can move on to the issues of those people who wrongfully were able to get their way into the system. I'm asking.
Your Honor, there's one thing I would like to say. Instead of Ms. Holly, you know, I am the supervisor of that, and the buck stops with me, and I'll accept all responsibility. If anything goes wrong at the airport, that's my fault. That's not Ms. Holly's, and she should not go through this. She's been very upset. The airport authority has been very upset. That's the only precinct in that whole area, and they're wanting us out now. So I don't know where I'm going to move to. If I do go, I'm trying to get to persuade him to do something different. The people well known has been there probably 20 years, since the airport. And this has created a serious issue for me right now, trying to find another precinct if I have to move. At least I got this year to do it. And, we almost 3,000 voters that go through there. And that whole place, they make coffee for the poll workers. The voters come in, they laugh, they get a cup of coffee, they talk. It's just a friendly precinct. People loved it. And now this happened, it just has messed the whole thing up for us. And we hate it. But I am responsible for what happened. So I think she should be removed, because I accept full responsibility for it, her actions.
So if you think if we send Ms. Lott a letter of instruction,
We'll lose the precinct.
say, don't do this again, and I think she's got it, but she's not, she is or isn't doing it anymore, I don't know.
I don't think she'll let anybody in there anymore after we had that talk, after me and
she's
her.
got it.
And what she got through, I ain't too sure.
So you think an equitable resolution of this would be to send her a letter, say, don't do this again, letter of instruction, but hold the board accountable that somebody got into that room, right?
I have no objection.
That's what we should.
I mean,
Anybody want to-
obviously, you'd rather not have a consent order, but but I've worked with the Attorney General's office on some of these, and so we could work that out and find a favorable penalty, I'm sure.
Well, you know that what has happened in just the past few months is the extreme danger of allowing people not allowed access to machines, and the havoc that's caused to the voting system and the people's trust in the voting system. I think at some point, whether you're a big county or a small county, we have to continue to make a point to people that the dangers out there, I think, as Mr. Mashburn has said, are greater than they've ever been. And in order to be consistent, in everything that has been said here is more, I think, in mitigation than it is excuse. And the idea of holding Ms. Lott by sending her a letter, which I guess I have to draft that one too, but that gets her, I mean, I think that she's entitled to some peace through all this. But I do think with the institution of the election process in Sumter County is the board, and we need to refer that to the Attorney General's office. But I will ask them, because their disposition might be informed by whatever investigation is conducted of the individuals. Now, Ms. McGowan really loves to move forward on things that we refer to her, so she might be a little offended that I'm asking her not to work on this yet. But you'll accommodate me, won't you? All right, so let me make the motion that we refer, that with respect to Ms. Lott, that we move to dismiss the allegations against her, but send her a letter of instruction.
Sorry. I jumped too quick.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Can I
can't
keep
send a
going?
letter of instruction if we've dismissed it. We have to send a letter of instruction in accordance with it. So I don't think we can dismiss it and still give her a letter of instruction. I might be wrong.
That's good.
So we just find a violation and the remedy is the letter of instruction?
Yeah.
So I'll move that we find a violation, but that we not refer to the Attorney General's office and instead send a letter of instruction to Ms. Lott, in which I will tell her that she is not going to be held personally accountable, nor is the airport going to be held personally accountable for any conduct that's been alleged. And then I also, in part of the motion, though, will be to refer to the Attorney General's office the allegations against the county.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, do we have, so we've taken that out of order. Now the CAB wants to take theirs out of order. But before we do that, does anybody want to pull any of the cases for violations not recommended for referral to the Attorney General's office? Because if that's the case, if there's anybody here, they've been waiting in line, it wouldn't take very long for us to resolve those. So we'll move on to the cases not recommended for referral to the Attorney General's office, which are cases 220-123, 221-114, and 221-180. Does anybody want to pull for discussion any of those three cases? No? Is there a motion then to move?
I move to accept the recommendation.
Is there any objection? Second. Any further discussion on the motion? It's been moved and seconded that we follow the recommendation to the board regarding case number 2021-123, 2021-114, and 2021-180. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion carries. Now we'll go to the final case, which is case number 2020-029, DeKalb County Election Day Issues, tab 33. And can you summarize that for us, please, Ms. Coffey?
On 6/9/2020, the Office of the Secretary of State Investigations Division received approximately 55 complaints regarding the management of the 2020 primary election in DeKalb County. The complaints are as follows. 1 voting precinct was not handicap accessible. 2, 5 polling precincts had poll workers who appeared to be untrained and disorganized. 3, 2 precincts experienced equipment failures, printers/scanners. 4, 1 precinct had a pest issue. 5, 1 precinct received its voting equipment after the precinct opened. 6, 7 precincts did not open on time. 7, 3 precincts did not have enough ballot marking devices. 8, 2 precinct locations were changed without notifying voters. 9, 1 precinct had staff who interfered with the voting process. 10, 13 precincts experienced technical issues with the ballot marking devices. Due to the limited responses from the poll managers and the refusal of former DeKalb County Election Supervisor Erica Hamilton to provide the necessary records to complete the investigation, the investigator was unable to substantiate or disprove allegations 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. There was no violation of election code for allegations 1, 4, and 7. The potential violations were for Erica Hamilton, former DeKalb County Election Supervisor. There's evidence to suggest that Erica Hamilton is in violation of OCGA 21-2-562 subsection B, neglect or refusal to deliver documents when she failed to respond to the Georgia Office of the Secretary of State Investigations Division request for records.
All right, is the county attorney here?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Irene Vanderels, and I'm here with Tristan Waite from the DeKalb County Law Department, here representing Erica Hamilton in her capacity as the former Director of Elections in DeKalb County, as well as the DeKalb County Board of Registration and Elections. As a preliminary matter, I'd just like to note that I have requested a list of any documents that the investigators believe have been requested but are still outstanding, because we would like to work with current staff to make sure that to the extent we have that, those documents are information that they are provided. So I emailed Mr. Germany about that last week, and we'll certainly do everything we can to make sure that what is needed is provided. And just for some context, because this case came in after Ms. Hamilton had left the county, we did run a search of emails between Ms. Hamilton and the identified investigator, and it does appear from those emails that at least some documents were produced in response to his requests. Ms. Hamilton and another staff member made themselves available for interview and were interviewed by the investigator, and that is consistent with Ms. Hamilton's recollection, as I understand it. So there's not any intent from our perspective to avoid providing information or documents. And again, we certainly, on behalf of the board and current staff, want to try to provide what has been requested. And finally, I'd just like to note that the cited statute, 21-562, refers to a specific category of documents that may give rise to a violation. And because we don't have a specific body of documents identified in the hearing notice or case report, I don't know that there is a basis for a violation of the statute. And so until we have that list, we'd ask that the case be dismissed, but again, do want to provide whatever documents and information may still be outstanding. And Ms. Hamilton is here with us today. I appreciate the board accommodating hearing us before lunch. She's a current election official in Cobb County and is preparing for the audit to begin tomorrow.
Well, Ms. Koth, let me ask you this. You know, if you look at the ones where the investigator found that there was no evidence, we have uniformly held people accountable for the sort of violations. For example, the violation that precincts were not opened on time. Are you saying that we couldn't find any evidence that precincts weren't opened on time? Then there's a violation, the claim that the one precinct received its voting equipment after the precinct opened. Why don't we have information about when it was delivered and whether or not there's a violation of the not having the voting equipment there on time? And I mean, there's even there's an interview of Ms. Hamilton's who was interviewed on, I guess, the second on February 4th of 2021, where she stated she was aware that some poll pads reverted back to the advanced voting data. But there's nothing here about equipment not being delivered on time. I mean, these seem like such simple things to determine whether or not they were or were not true.
Which number was that?
That's allegation 5. Then there was an allegation that there were equipment failures.
Allegation 6.
For 5, he said that Patricia Young was a poll manager at Stoneview Elementary School. He recorded the interview. She stated that the BMDs were delivered to her precinct prior to the election, but the poll pads were programmed for early voting. She discovered the poll pads were inoperable during the setup process at 6 a.m. She immediately contacted the election office to request new equipment. She received the new equipment at approximately 9 a.m. All voters were offered provisional ballots until 9 a.m.
Did they change precinct locations without notifying voters?
That was for Brookhaven Christian Church and Briar Lake Elementary School were changed without notification. The poll manager at Briar Lake Elementary School was unresponsive to his telephone and email requests for an interview. John Russell was the poll manager at Brookhaven Christian Church. He confirmed he had several voters appeared his precinct who had voted there for years, but they were not on his list of electors. Therefore, their precincts were indeed changed. He conducted,
So is the way that we get out of allegations is by having people in the county not cooperate with our investigations? And there's nobody else that could answer those questions? And so this person wouldn't cooperate, so we don't go any further?
He said on 2/4/21, he conducted the interview with Erica Hamilton and elections coordinator Latasha Howard. In response to the allegation of lack of notice and precinct changes, they stated poll managers were notified of dual precincts during their training sessions. As a precinct list changed due to emergency COVID-19 related closures, this information was disseminated to poll managers via email. Voters received letters of precinct changes, and there was a press release published on the county website of precinct changes as well. In addition, the signs were posted at the precincts that were changed up to a week prior to the election. Ms. Hamilton agreed to provide documentation of precinct change notifications.
Anybody else?
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, my firm and I do work for DeKalb County. For that reason, I need to recuse myself from any consideration on this matter.
Okay, thank you.
It appears to me that we have a bit of a mixed bag here, that in some of these cases, the allegations are simply not supported by the facts. In particular, the allegation of the precinct changes, it appears that the voters receive notice, whether they open the letters or the postcards is another question. Whether the postcards that we send out are in fact adequate notice, that's a policy issue. So I think in some of these cases, like we've seen before, there will be a large number of allegations and not all of them are supported. But I think there is either sufficient question with many of them, or it appears that there is sufficient factual basis to suggest that many of these allegations are likely true. But it's sorting the wheat from the chaff here that we need to do. Such as late, this is the same election in which we had lots and lots of counties with late opening, equipment not delivered on time because the counties just weren't prepared. So I think this is what we see here is similar to what we saw in Chatham County, which needs more development, I think, in some cases.
Yeah, late openings will almost always be associated with a lawsuit and a judge's order.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one that to me should be capable of determining whether it happened or not, because there's almost, I mean, I can't imagine late openings that aren't accompanied by,
We did have late openings and did obtain court order extending hours for the June primary. I can confirm that, and we're certainly glad to provide documentation to that effect. And again, answer any questions or provide documents to the extent that we have them that may still be outstanding. But Ms. Hamilton is no longer with the county, so she, in her individual capacity, is not able to provide that information or documentation. So if the board feels that a continuance is appropriate, I'd certainly be glad to work with the investigators or the Secretary of State's counsel to flesh out what they believe may still be outstanding, which is what I understand the violation is here that we're hearing today.
if I may. The thing that seems to be the issue with me, and just kind of being trying to play institutional memory here. Traditionally, when an election director has an allegation against them, and they leave and go do something else not related with elections, the board is hesitant to pursue people to the ends of the earth and just had them and just hound them. So the board has traditionally just let that go and said, okay, they're gone, the new people are going to handle them. But Ms. Hamilton is still involved in elections over in Cobb County. So since Ms. Hamilton's here, I would like to hear her commitment to helping the investigators and helping the process as one who's still involved in elections. I think she can, give the board some comfort as her commitment to the process if she's comfortable or willing to do that.
Sure. I can't go back to the cab and get any information, but as far as anything that comes up in Cobb County in which I have to respond to, I am more than willing to provide that information.
Right. And so with regard to things that you remember as a witness, not whether you have documents or not, but hey, yeah, I remember about that pest thing, or I don't remember about that pest thing, you're willing and committed to talking to the investigators and getting them what they need, right?
Correct. Yes.
So is there a motion?
That's me.
He can't
I volunteered to make the motion. I move to continue this and let Ms. Hamilton and the investigators work together with DeKalb County and see what everybody can do and get a report on it in February. Is that?
There a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to defer this complaint until our February meeting. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It passes, and Mr. Lindsay did not vote. And so that concludes all of the cases, unless I've missed any. Have I missed any?
Done well.
Then we will adjourn for 45 minutes, in which we will go into executive session.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I need to make a formal motion to go into executive session, if I may.
Yes.
I move that we go into executive session to handle personnel matters.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Then we are in executive session. We'll see everybody back here at about quarter to 2.